Exactly. They may see us
that would be a good thing, but we are as good as they are.
But we are as
We
good
just
as
need to
they
be.
are.
I mean, our artists are as good as
We just
their
need to be
artists are, but they just need to be seen more. So the good thing is that we can now, go over our borders more easy, being in the EU or next to the EU, so our artists can travel easier than 2 years ago. The internet has also helped a lot to give more visibility to the artists from our region. And I think things will be better and better. There are so many conferences and showcase festivals all around Europe. I counted them once. I think there are around something, which is great, because there are 60 places where artists from all over Europe and as you very well said, it's a matter of self-esteem. I think we should be more bold.
Yeah, we see the example we already mentioned Tallinn Music Week in 2014. I think that was the year when we first met here. Probably, and most of the artists that we see these days from Estonia, Curly Strings, Marika Alkon, Thread Attack, Marja Nutt, they were so charmingly innocent yet, but the whole Estonian scene, international perception has been turned around by Tallinn Music Week and Music Estonia, but the same is happening in What's Next in Music, and also so these efforts can on the long run in 5 to 10 years really turn around the regions, international perception. Mark, how is it? How do you see this Baltic regional cooperation? Is there a Baltic market, or it's more like an Estonian market and a Latvian market, Lithuanian market?
Well, I come from a very grassroots angle, so I look at smaller cultural spaces and maybe music that is off the mainstream, and it does seem that there is a lack of collaboration, not of intent, but very often, especially these smaller venues, are very busy with running their own thing. They have intent to reach out, but they don't have the tools. Very often the tools are even the human resources and the connections to collaborate, and very often if you look between the 3 small Baltic countries, some artists which would like to tour in other places doesn't have a connection to management. It's more likely that they actually will go to Germany or the UK than playing several gigs outside of the main events in the region. So that probably could be improved by creating a support network. So as you were saying, Live Music Estonia did a great job in Estonia, and I know that they got very strong support from Svensk Live and the Nordic circuit that gave them some tools to work with. So the hope is that also in Lithuania and Latvia, maybe there can be the lessons learned to create a more effective collaboration.
But what you do is already very effective, because I was already using your network a couple of times. It's great, and this COVID period made it even more important to explore the neighbors and their network. And if you will get this working, it's a great thing.
Well, surely our timing, we started this project, Cindy and Kate, between yes, outside of not having been able to develop this as much as we wanted, there have been a lot of meetings, a lot of people stating the intent to collaborate, sharing ideas, and really expressing the will to organize some back-to-back mini tours in the region beyond their own sphere.
But these regional brandings are difficult to divide from kind of the general brand of the countries. And obviously in the Baltics, the Soviet past, in the Balkans, the Yugoslavian past is a part of that brand, which everybody tries to distance themselves from. So clearly the Baltic countries want to be seen as Baltic or as a sub-region connected to the Nordic.
No, they are called New Nordic.
Ranges, yeah, New Nordic. But still, these connections from the past, from the Soviet past and from the Yugoslavian past, are still alive, and it takes a few decades until the word's perception is changed in that sense. I mean, it clearly has changed, especially in the Baltics already. Login, how is this Yugoslavian past working for you? Can you build on that, or you try to avoid that?
After the Yugoslavia, was need a little bit time everything to be destroyed. So we now start to, not now, but it's take a time, like 20 years to develop again the network between the venues, between the promoters, between the medias, and to be honest, it's going very slowly. Maybe for some single person, it's not so hard, especially if they create some music or some culture before we go independence. But for the youngster, are really hard to do it. It's good things that internet is here and it's come, but it's not always the only way. For example, in a school, we was all learn from Slovenia to Macedonia. We all learned at least one common language. This common language don't exist anymore. Maybe it's English, but most of the performance now don't play on English in these countries. So if I compare with Yugoslavia, for us maybe will sound weird, but our socialism was very good because we live, especially for culture, we have a very good scene, we have a very good venues, we have a very good cultural politics, blah, blah, blah. And everything disappear after that when we stay alone. So it's taking time to recover and to come back. For some, as I told you, some bigger artists, this is not the problem, but for the youngster and for the newcomers, it's a really hard time to promote themselves all over the Balkans at the moment. But things going better in last few years. I think that the things going better just because some single idiots or music lover in every countries who start to visit the rest of the world, where learn what is music expert bureau, what is showcases, and they make a copy paste in his own country. So this kind of new things for us start to connect us, not just on the Balkans, start to connect us worldwide. So now it's easy to travel on Baltic because maybe you meet somebody on your conference or on some other conference there and blah blah blah. But just to conclude, the things before was much easier for all of us. Because, for example, I remember when we do, for example, Kraftwerk. You know, Kraftwerk was not asked to come just in Belgrade. He asked to travel through whole Yugoslavia, in Sarajevo, in Zagreb, in Belgrade, in Skopje, blah, blah, blah. Now we don't have this kind of network anymore for promoters, for example. So everybody needs to book the band by himself if like it, and that's it. So
I think you need also this syndicate.
yes, we live syndicate to communism. Yeah.
Yeah, clearly, I mean, there is some kind of nostalgia towards Yugoslavia, which is absolutely non-existent towards the Soviet Union here. So it's a big difference, but there was a big difference between the two countries as well. But so getting back to what you just said, it's the difference is clearly not in the quality of musicians, for example, between the Balkans and the Baltics, or between the Balkans and anywhere. There are a lot of great musicians, but what's lacking is kind of the structure behind them.
Yes, we miss the knowledge and we miss the structure. So as everybody means for himself, in our country are the best music, are the best football player, and the best basketball player and everything, and the best politician as always. So
yeah, that's a given.
Yeah. So yes, we need this. For example, during the COVID, for first time we sit and make association of promoters. This is first time ever to see our face to face, to be honest. So it's and yes, we meet once or two times maximum till the government don't open the door. After that, we again don't want to see each other. So this common sense to do it something more for the scene and to building the capacities, it's something what we miss, like a sense, like a knowledge. So this is, for example, I'm pretty sure that 90% of the people, of the musician, don't know how to do a monetizing, how to take his money from author agencies. So this part we still miss a lot. So in ex-Yugoslavia was totally different. You know, from author agencies, a lot of people can make new houses, pay the bills and everything. You know, so. And money are the same as before, but the musician don't know how to take it, and this is the difference now.
Well, basically, that's why both HEMI and MOST is focusing on that to develop kind of the professional structures behind music. Anka, can you tell us a bit about that? I mean, where you see the main malfunctions in this structure or the missing links in the value chain?
Well, I can make a completion to what he said. Apart from, musicians having not all the information about how to run their music businesses, now we are facing another problem. After more than 1 year of COVID, so many professionals from the music business have fled the industry and went to other jobs. So now the problem is even bigger because we didn't have a structure around the artists before. Now it's even thinner with all these people going away from the industry, especially people from the live industry, and especially in the technical area. At least in Romania, I was talking with a lot of promoters, and they were complaining about that, about professionals leaving the industry and going to work in other areas that are not closed every 2 weeks, or having all kind of restrictions, changing all the time. So it's really bad what's happening. So now, for example, inside HEMI, we are also discussing about how to convince people from outside the industry to come in, just to make up for the losses we had in personnel. And in Romania, of course, like in North Macedonia, we don't have an export office. With Mastering the Music Business, we are trying to do some of the things that an export office does. But yeah, we are joining the team of idiots that Longin mentioned earlier. We have started this conference in 2016. We are a group of private companies, and we are doing it with our own money because sometimes, you know, sponsorship is not enough. So we are putting our own money in the conference, just trying to help the industry to develop faster, just trying to make our artists to be seen more in the international space, to help the industry to be more professional. We are organizing lots of workshops during the conference. So yeah, we are doing what we can with our own means to help the industry grow. And I'm going back again to what Logan said, because we have the same thing in Romania. It's really important that professionals are getting together in trade associations. In the last 2 years, we had a few associations established in Romania, the Indie Labels Association in 2019. Last year, the Professional of the Workers in the live show industry, Managers Forum, Music Managers Forum, and so on. It's important that people get together and try to tackle the issues that each of them have, you know, like the managers or the indie labels or the technicians from the live industry. It's really, really important to set aside competition and look at the common issues that we can resolve and do better for the greater good for the whole industry.
I mean, it's clear that there are much more good or talented artists in the Balkans than professionals who can work with them, which means that on the long run, a lot of artists will lose their ambition or stop in frustration.
Or they can try to learn how to manage themselves.
Yeah, that's also another way, but which, as I see, only a few are willing to.
Yeah, well, you know, it's like in school, the teacher teaches everybody, but some of them take the information and do something with it. And yeah, this is out of our control. Yeah. Which artists want and which don't want to learn more.
Juliana, you wanted to add something?
I wanted to add that I found HEMI very useful, interesting, and great tool. And in fact, I had 2 bands accepted to the first round, one Estonian and one Balkan. And I would really be happy if this network would develop also in the direction of helping these artists circulate in all these territories, so that you would also work together, you would communicate, like a syndicate which is here building. It's a great example, actually. So you have a powerful forces, all of you, 9 markets, it's 9 markets. It would be great to see artists circulating there. That would be amazing.
We are planning that. Hopefully COVID will let us.
We'll hope that.
Yeah, well, obviously there is a great difference between the 2 regions in terms of the available funding, development sources, resources. But it's not just about the actual amounts of available sources, but it's also how it's targeted, how smartly it's targeted. Do you know, Login, for example, where would you need, for example, actual financial support? Which parts of the market, where should it be targeted, if there would be any?
You mean financial support from the countries or?
Anywhere.
Okay. I'm a troublemaker and always work with the problematic artists. So where is the problematic? Where is the problem with my artists? most of them are always against the country, the government, and never want to take any support from them.
Rebel artists.
So kind of. I like very much the government money, but cannot ask for them. So because that I need to do a project like with the partners like HEMI project, where we take support from the European Union to make this happen, and just will add on the things what previously we says. This HEMI project, for example, is very, very interesting for first connection, for example, from Balkan to Baltics, because we in a HEMI project we this year we have HEMI Music Awards. This means that we choose 9 artists from each countries, like Estonia, Macedonia, Serbia, Greece, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovenia, Romania, and if some partners watch me and I forget, sorry. And this project, for example, give a chance to, for example, our jury to listen bands from the other countries. What the jury was from Macedonia, for example, was from famous journalists, was from very good promoters, agents, and stuff like that. So we, like a company partner, have a chance also to watch and listen all these bands, and to book some of them for our conference and festivals. So this HEMI Music Awards give us a lot of opportunities to take money from Europe and to make a bridges between many countries. And as Anka mentioned, it's a market of 100 and something millions connected now. So next year we are for example, for HEMI Music Awards, we are more ambitious. Every country, to every promoter, to every partner, to take as much as possible bands to invite as much as possible bands from the other countries to play on his events. So. But about the government money, I need to say, if you ask me, yes, we have only national once in a year you can apply for money from the government, but usually artists, if we talk about the artists take a very small grants, and to for example, to take a money to go on Tallinn or to go on Vomex, they need to have a confirmation at least 1 year before, what is not possible, so they never take the money to go somewhere. And maximum what can take is to spend 30 years in a music, and after that to take some small grant to maybe organize the last show for them.
No, I don't just mean kind of the direct support for artists, but more kind of the structural support. What we've seen, for example, happening here in Estonia, which is like based on a, I suppose, long-term strategy, including artist support, but also professional development, branding, presence at all kinds of events around the world, bilateral and multilateral connections, exchange programs, and such.
It's shame to say that in front of 100,000 people, but this support not exist in my country, and we really try to. I don't want to hate. I'm not a rebel or something like that. But and but this is the truth. This is the truth because I asking every years from the country to make, for example, stand and promote Macedonian music on Vomex, on Eurosonic or whatever. We don't even we have you know, Eurosonic, and Eurosonic have a EBU network. EBU network, it's a network of the national medias. We even don't pay the national radio television, even don't pay the cotization to send the band there. You know, maybe it's 400 euros, but never mind. You know, so we don't use even this opportunity because I think that people who work there even don't know for that. So yes, we don't have a strategy, and we just, I think this is the except Slovenia who really have a cultural policy from our point of view, because if you go in Austrian, if you go on from Slovenia to Waves Vienna, for sure, embassy, his embassy will open the door, will give us support, will organize Slovenian night, blah blah blah. This is not happen with Slovenia, Bosnia, Macedonia, and the rest of the global country in the world. So,
but clearly, I mean, these funding schemes are
not
nowhere present in the Balkans. I can't recall any of the countries. I mean, Slovenia is an exception, but that's why it's not the Balkans anymore, probably.
Yes, they try to don't be Balkan, but we don't live them.
Yeah.
We need one good example.
Mark, Juliana, can you recall, I mean, how it started to turn around here in the Baltics? Which were the most crucial steps?
I am attending Tallinn Music Week since 2014,
you said.
Yeah. Actually, I was earlier. I was with Iberi. It was earlier. And I don't remember when the Music Estonia started to be active. Maybe someone... 14. So it was also very beginning. And I think that was the crucial point, because the focus of Music Estonia was a lot of educational programs for artists, for managers, for agents, for publishers, for music business, and that you could see results. You could see results now. It's a self-confident market now, and also what I can say, Estonian music business, thanks to Music Estonia and to Tallinn Music Week, they come together. For this Tallinn Music Week, they don't compete, they work together. And working together is very important part of achieving something. You forget your ego, and you contribute to part of your ego to other egos, and then you grow together bigger and stronger. I like how Music Estonia is presented on every music market, or at most of your music markets, bringing artists there, bringing presenters and all sorts of music business people, and acting all together. They all together go to the showcase. They all together invite delegates. This is, I always feel proud being at least standing close to the Music Estonia stand, or being part of Music Estonia stand, because the thing they do, this is the starting point, Tallinn Music Week and Music Estonia activities. All these programs now we are talking already not about educating artists how to talk at the showcase or how to behave there, but it's a business accelerating program. It's a business already.
Mark?
I have not much more to add. Yeah, I think collaboration is the key, and yeah, that's what we should focus on. And I have a background. I was in East Africa for a long time, and when you're speaking about not getting any support from governments, when we were organizing some tours in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, we had a very similar issues. And the way to actually make things happen, we're always trying to get apparent competitors together to the table and push the project forward.
Yeah. Sorry to disturb you. Yesterday, my friend Vaidas from Lithuania, I invite to come on my conference at the end of November, and he told me that in the same time is Johannesburg, but it's still not sure. And I also answer him, if you don't go with this part of Africa, come to ours. So
it's all about access. Yeah.
So, thanks for proof me my word.
Maybe I would also add something about the state support. It's great. It's important and it's nice for everyone. But if you don't have this state support, or you don't want it for certain reasons, it makes you actually stronger and more creative. Yeah, I have bands who from the countries which have support, and I have bands from countries which would like to get support but they don't. And then I have a band which could get support, but they don't want. It's a Georgian polyphonic choir. They could go to Ministry of Culture and they could, yeah, they could ask for money and probably they could receive. But the leader of the choir said, I will never do that. Then you will be their servant till the end of your days, singing for them in the restaurants, at the political campaign, even if you don't like them. So we always try to find ways without support. So support is one part, but network and being together is another part. So.
Yeah, but just to add, to don't understand me that I'm so pessimistic. Not, I am very big optimist, especially because after many years of work, the very sunny days will come soon to no problem, it's Europe standard.
No.
So many sunny days coming to our territory, especially because we really see that a lot of different organizations starting to connect each other, not just on the Balkans with the world. For example, we are part of HEMI, where 10 organizations from 9 different countries involved. You are part of MOST, where what is impressive project. It's also between the 9 countries. For example, Youth Cultural Center, it's part of other project, European venues of something. And the main mission is to building the capacities, to work on new talents, to work to how to explore them. So I think that very soon we will not be recognized just like a Balkan beat. We will be recognized like a Balkan beast, probably. So I believe in a very good future.
I wanted to support your optimism with my speech.
Yeah, I will send my account.
But I think one of our conclusions is that it's the structure that counts. So, for example, this what you mentioned, the Georgian example, but that's true also for the Balkans. If there is no structure, just direct support, that always creates kind of favorism, clientele. It's like a service to the one who is giving you the support. But if there is a structure, then there is a transparent system behind the support, and there is a distance between kind of politics and art, which is very healthy if there is a distance between the two marks.
Well, I mean, one thing we haven't mentioned at all is developing the audiences. Because we are just speaking about showcase festivals, about European Union or government money, but it seems as well that, for example, in Latvia, where I'm based since 1.5 years now, there are apparently few venues only that can be played, where all the musicians are focusing on, so they play very few shows during a year. But actually the locations that offer live music and have their own community around the cultural spaces are much more than those on these touring circuits. So if that would be developed a bit further, then the bands could play, or the performers could play, instead of 5-6 shows per year, they could start playing 20-25 shows per year for small audiences, but resulting ultimately in having a following that then will motivate maybe the bigger festivals to book, because they will bring a crowd, and it will not just be let's support an upcoming band, but it will actually be let's bring this band that over the last 2 years played 60 shows for 200 people each and generated a following that will sell tickets. So maybe that's an angle to look at as well.
Yeah, but it's all connected. I mean, that's also part of the structure. If there is, for example, this ladder of different size of venues, because that helps an artist to develop. So, and I think another conclusion that we can arrive to is that if there is a structure, it's not mainly about money. It's about the system and the self-esteem that you both mentioned, Anka and Juliana, that in less than 10 years the whole attitude of the artists and the professionals turned around, for example, here in Estonia. And I think that's the aim of all these regional efforts, HEMI and most included. How do you see that, Anka? I know that the past 1.5 years weren't very lucky in starting new regional networks, but still, I think you've got already some results.
Yeah, well, I can speak from our conference because I see how it's growing and how the attitude of people is changing. And I think it's the same situation in all the countries. People from the music industry and artists, they were not, most of them used to look at this activity as a business. It was something they did that they got some money. But now with the help of the people that are coming, speakers, they're trying to realize that it's more about it. It's more in it than that. And they started to, to want to learn and to develop and to do more and to connect with people from other countries. We had some success stories with our showcase festival of artists starting collaborations. It was Armenian artists and the Serbian artists that were collaborating, swapping concerts and that, and releasing a single by themselves together. Sorry, I have a golden retriever here. Yeah.
It's just 10 minutes more. Behave.
Say something. Yeah, I think all these conferences and all these projects and all this funding from the European Union and all the other sources are helping us connect and network. And I think it would really be a great thing in the future. And you will be able to see that in the coming years, because networking means developing, means growing your businesses in more territories, and growing business and getting more money means, in the end, a better cultural product. Because if the culture will make more money, then of course the quality of the cultural product will grow.
Comments, questions. Anybody? I mean, you're also, of course, free to comment on what Anka has said. I just realized that I forgot to invite you to participate. I thought it's a given, but now it's time. It's an invitation to ask questions. Minna, first.
Good morning, I'm Minna from Finland. Just an example of the jazz scene. Most of the Finnish jazz musicians are represented by foreign agencies because we don't have many Finnish jazz agencies. That's also the lack of the infrastructure in that respect. that, you know, when there's not local agencies and managements, it's always good to look outside as well. And also sometimes the foreign eyes can bring some kind of extra value to the local scene that which you can't really see from inside. But I do appreciate when, you know, there are educational projects like in Estonia for the forthcoming or newcoming agencies and managers, as it has been. It helps a lot. But, you know, when they are lacking, I think it's a good idea also to look broader. And in Finland, especially with the marginal music, like jazz or world music or art music, when there are no agencies, they are going elsewhere. And also that probably broadens the markets quite a lot as well when we're talking about international bookings. But like Juliana, you have already, you know, artists from outside your home countries, so that's, you know, happening. But it could happen more from my point of view in the areas when that structure is totally lacking so far.
What I could add to this is that whenever you feel something is lacking in your country, try to do it. I mean, if there's no jazz agency, maybe it's the moment somebody starts one. It's how we did with our conference in Romania. At the beginning, we said, "Oh, we don't have a conference in Romania," but then we said, "Okay, let's do one. Let's make one."
Yeah, and I think it's also in Finland the structure otherwise is present. I mean, outside of jazz scene, and a lot of Balkan artists are under foreign labels, management, agents, but that's a problem because, for example, who wants to be a manager or agent, there is no place to go to for an internship, no place to go to learn from if there is no local structure, at least a basic structure locally. So, but yeah, I understand your point totally. But it's a difference. The fundamentals of the structure are missing in a lot of countries in the Balkans, I guess. Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Ula.
So, hello everybody. Just wanted to comment on what you were talking about. I think that Balkans is one of the strongest label I could imagine nowadays. I mean, in cultural way, but also, you know, going abroad with music, it's always what you just told at the beginning, that it directs some expectations of the audience and also of the organizers. And first, what came to my mind is Maria Todorova's book, Imagine Balkan, when this Orientalism is so much strong. But even having in this experience with like Balkan bands in Poland through my festival or other ways, I see that there are two groups. And even thanks to Most, I realized that there are too many artists, like super, let's say, global and ready to be abroad to export that music. And yeah, that's really cool to have this like Windy Soul label. I myself got it in my country because of promoting Balkan music. But I see, for example, like the bands which are bringing new music. I don't know how to even say about the genre, because I believe that genre is not the most important in their cases. Like Lakiko, for example, that she's bringing just these elements of Balkan music, but very subtle way and very nice way. And I see that, for example, in Poland, which is quite interesting example, because we are close. We believe in this myth that Carpathian Mountains, this is like just opening for the Balkans, and nowadays it sounds like a myth, but 100 years ago I guess people believed in it and it was true. But I observed that people in Poland just started to be interested in this kind of you know, new mosaic, right? That they are not looking through like these strong labels, which sometimes helps, but I would rather say that they are disturbing artists to go to make a step ahead. But even, for example, in such cases, I would say that, yeah, funding on their own markets are important, but also the other side, I mean, people who are trying to get them to their festivals, concerts, to their markets, they are locked somehow, and they have like these glasses that this is should be Balkan music, but it's not Balkan maybe enough. And I'm trying to convince my colleagues, and I believe it would happen no matter it will be Balkan or Georgian or other music, but I believe that should be also this topic arised, that we are sometimes like wearing these glasses and we expect that it should be somehow Balkan, more Balkan. What does it mean, in fact? That this discussion started just in Poland, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ula. Anybody else? Login, you wanted to comment on Ula, I guess.
Yes, as I started at the beginning, Balkan music is not just Goran Bregovic. We on the Balkan know also to play jazz. We sometimes listen to rock and roll. We meet somewhere metal music, so we know a lot of other things than word music. So the mission of the Balkan is to present himself like wild Balkan, but to explain that we don't play just world music, that we have a lot of people who understand what is Coca-Cola, what is never mind, a lot of other stuff. So because that we need to grow the capacities, or for example, in my office work people who work with indie bands, work people who work just with world music, and we try to find our way to outside to meet the similar agency who work. For example, if I have indie bands, to go on indie conference, to go on the don't exist indie conference, but to meet the indie agencies, go on something like that, festivals, and that's it. But we need to move this trademark, what everybody expects, that Balkan means blood and trumpet. So this we need to remark somehow.
But that's somehow true for every region. So for example, I don't know, a Portuguese artist who is not playing fado has to, break that expectation, and this is mainly true for world music. In world music, you always use your geographic label. If you don't play world music, you probably try to hide it, maybe. And I'm from anywhere. I don't know. Marianut is always presented as an Estonian artist. Evert and the Dragons, I suppose, they just want to be seen as a general indie pop, indie rock band. So it's also a choice of the artist if they put it forward, the country affiliation or regional affiliation or not.
And because we have 3 minutes, but it's my last word, probably.
No, we have minus 3 minutes, Login.
-3, okay. So just to finish, we are very open to go from Finland to Balkans, from Lithuania to Balkans. So that's our mission to promote our scene and to be everywhere, and that's it. So not only from Baltics to Balkans, we are ready to go everywhere.
Any final remarks, Juliana, Mark, before we conclude, or Anka? But maybe it's just, yeah. But maybe it's better if we just close it now, because not just because it's already -4 minutes, but because I have to catch my plane.
Yeah,
which is a hard boundary.
Yes, and to finish with our sponsor, don't worry, be HEMI.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for being here too.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I don't know if it's morning anymore, but good morning. Happy to see you. My name is Katariina Uusetupa. I'm working as a production manager at Flow Festival. This is a Helsinki-based festival in Finland. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Tallinn Music Week, for the kind invitation. I'm shortly going to present you the sustainable story of a Flow Festival. So it's not really a story, it's more of a what's wrong with the world and how do we see what could be done to make it a little bit better place. So you don't see the presentation, but maybe you see it really, really soon. Nice. Okay, thank you. So this is shortly what I'm gonna run through, what Flow is, and then why should we do something, what's wrong in the world, what's wrong with us. I'm not a sustainability, researcher, but I'm just that these things should be something that we all know, but I'm just gonna tell something about this stuff, and then how we see sustainability at Flow and what are the actions we're gonna take in the future to make future a better place. Just gonna ask you guys first, how many of you have been to Flow Festival? How many of you know what Flow Festival is? Almost everyone, nice. So that's a task for all of you who didn't raise your hand on the first question. Welcome next August in Helsinki. So we're a multi-art urban music festival organized in Helsinki. We founded in 2004. Been organized in Suvilahti since 2007. We're a 3-day festival on the second weekend of August, and we greet and meet with approximately 30,000 people a day. So approximately 100,000 people during the whole weekend. Suvilahti is an old power plant area. It's in the right in the center, right in the heart of Helsinki. Those of you who you've been there, you know the area, know how it looks like. It's quite rough urban area, changing all the time as the city is developing. We have 10 different stages. This is our balloon stage. The balloon is ours, the structure is not. It's one of our iconic stages. But yeah, besides music, we also have movies, we have speech program, lots of other visual arts as well around the festival area. Approximately 150 artists per year, for example, Frank Ocean and Sia and Kanye West are probably the biggest names that you might recognize. But then, of course, food culture is one big part of Flow Festival. We handpick over 40 restaurants and food vendors each year, and work really, really closely with the restaurants. So we want to challenge them to bring something that they haven't brought festival scene before, or we want to also serve our visitors with food with Michelin stars and bring restaurants that never do festivals or have not done festivals before. And that also comes to our core values, which are responsibility and sustainability, and then high quality content and customer orientation and communality. We have 10, well, not anymore 10, but now 8 permanent workers throughout the year. Then approximately 150 project workers, 1,000 volunteers, and then hundreds of people working during the festival.
Hello. 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 Vabandust, kas see mikrofon? Selge. Exactly. The microphone. 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. Yeah, we're on. Fantastic. First of all, good to see you here. I hope that this will be an interesting panel. And I think 2021 has been an interesting year overall because I think for the first time in Estonian music history, all three biggest labels in the world, major labels, Sony, Warner, and Universal, have become super active with domestic repertoire. And of course, that's superb for the local music industry. And I'm very pleased to have three amazing people sitting here next to me, Kaisu, Mikko, and Petri. And to start off, I would like to ask all of you, how did you end up in the music business, and how did you end up at major labels? So starting with you, Kaisu.
Of course. Women's first, right? Where should I start? I think my history from graduation, I went to New York. I did some real estate there, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. I had to come back to Finland to, I had a couple of courses that I had to do, so I came back and got a place at an advertising agency, and that was fun. We did a lot of global sort of campaigns. I got to travel. I liked it, but something was missing. My background is in music. I've been playing several instruments, like everyone usually, when they are working at record labels. So then there was an opportunity to actually come and work for Sony. And I've been with Sony now for 15 years. That seems like a long time. But then again, there has been a lot of positions that I have gotten to do. I started from brand partnerships and moved to different kinds of commercial roles, also digital, creative. So there's always something new, and that keeps it vibrant for me. So that's why I've been with Sony for so long. Yeah.
Exactly, and I ended up in a way. It was like many coincidences how I ended up to Warner in the end. But I guess the main thing was that I've been always very much into the music. I played in the punk band since I was a teenager. Played drums. We did some records and records to the labels, and through that I get familiar with the record labels and music industry. And then there was a kind of a opportunity to join a small indie label in 2005. HMC was the name of the label. I went there to work, and at some point Warner bought us, and through that acquisition I ended up to Warner, and now I'm here. But it's a long story from the basements to this stage. So.
And how many years have you been working at Warner?
Since 2009 or 8. So almost like how is it, like 12 years now, 13.
I've been working with entertainment for most of my adult life. I started working as a cruise manager on Viking Line along my studies in business school. We did these 20-hour cruises from Helsinki, where you just board the ship and then you don't come to Tallinn. People just drink on the ferry, and we had a lot of the biggest Finnish names at that time performing there. So that was the first contact I had to the entertainment industry, and it was quite a lot to learn there from working with the biggest Finnish names at that time. After I graduated, I worked for a Swedish media and entertainment group called Modern Times Group. I was in different positions in different European countries, mainly working with TV and sports rights and so on. Got back to Finland, worked for Viasat in Finland, became country manager there, and then my former boss actually wanted me to move over to Universal, and I said no, I'm not going to come. Then he asked the second time, I said no, and the third time I said yes, I'm joining, and I haven't regretted a single day. It's been a great ride. 12 years working now for Universal. Started as commercial director for Universal Finland, and now responsible for our business in the Baltic region. I've also had a band when
Me too. So.
Cool. Okay, but we only had one show, and that was it. But I played classical guitar when I was a kid, so that's also the connection to music.
So I think.
So you quit when you were on the top, in a way.
Yeah, or before we even got close to anything.
So I think the first rule is that if you want to work at a major label, you have to have a band at least for one show. But for how long have you all been focused or working with the Baltics now? Petri?
Well, I've been in this position since 2016 when we did a small reorganization. And I guess all the majors have a pretty similar background when it comes to the Baltics. We started with distributing international repertoire in the CD times, and now then moving on to producing more and more local content in the digital environment. But yeah, since 2016, I have been doing this position.
Mikko and Kaiso?
Yeah, I've been in this current position like 2 years now, so it's kind of easy to say that and before that I had not so much to do with the region, so 2 years basically.
For me, I think it was 2017 or something like that, but I have to say that I wasn't really actively then doing this, because my former boss was basically saying, nah, don't even focus on it. Just, take it under you, but it's nothing to be focused on, and that really felt bad for me. So for me, it felt that for a couple of years there was it was a cosmetic thing. And then actively, we've been working on the region for 2 years now.
I would like to focus on major labels at first, on broader terms, because major label is a global company with local offices across the globe. How does a major label operate? For example, are there kind of global A&R and domestic marketing guidelines, rules kind of set to you, or you can be independent in kind of setting your priorities? How does it work? Because on one hand, people see major label as this huge global entity, but it consists of very different local companies. So how do you operate, Kaiso?
Obviously, I'm sitting with my friends, but also competition. So there's not much that I can open here. But at the same time, I think that we all have both. We have global guidelines, and then we have, we have freedom to move locally. So obviously, when it comes to global, there is some suggestions and something that we're focusing on strategic-wise. But then locally, we can make our own way and make our own signings and make our own decisions, obviously. And they listen to us, and I'm sure that it's same for everyone.
What about Warner and Universal?
I would say from our behalf that I think what is a great thing in our company is that they really have a trust in our local, in a way, view on the markets. And of course, each market is so different. When we're talking about the Baltics, for example, it's not like a Baltics really. It's like a 3 different countries, 3 different tastes, very much different kind of music works in different countries. So that's why I think it's so important to have a local view and very much A&R driven focus on each market. So yeah.
Yeah, not much to add here. I mean, we're obviously a global company with some global guidelines, but we act locally, especially when it comes to local repertoire. We can't have anyone from another country coming and telling, you know, I can't come from Finland and tell it this is how it should be done in Estonia, or you should sign that artist. You know, I can come with suggestions and recommendations, and I always have opinions about things, but we really want to have the local markets deciding on which direction to move.
But what is expected from you? Like, how does, you know, the kind of the global company measure, you know, success? Is it kind of radio share? Is it digital share? Just number ones? Of course, there's the financial side, but in terms of that, how does it work?
I think that's a very, very good and interesting question, but I would say all of those things you mentioned, it's kind of a combination of all of them. There might be different things that are working on the radios. Radios are extremely important. Radio share is extremely important. Of course, also charts, how we are performing there. Top charts, market share in the digital platforms, also like physical sales in some stances and some with some artists. So there's many ways to measure. I think it's in the end quality of the repertoire, quality of the how we doing things, how we show up and all that. So it's not just the one thing.
Yeah, totally. It's a combination of that. I mean, we are here to create local stars and local superstars, and then there are obviously different ways of measuring that, be it then Spotify or radio or other, you know, ticket sales or other success, or even measuring. We're doing research once a year, measuring our own artist brands, in which way they're developed and how the local audiences and consumers, how they see our local artist brands.
In terms of business, I mean, you all clearly you focus on recorded music, but how important is kind of everything else to major labels? Whether it's live, whether it's sync, you know, brand partnership, etc. How big part of that is your business?
In our case, actually, it is a very big part of it, because we are biggest domestic live agency in Finland, Warner Music Live, and it's kind of a crucial and very much in the middle of our strategy as well, to be really a 360 company. But that also varies between the markets. In some markets it's more like or most of the markets it's more like a recorded music thing, but in a way smaller markets like Finland, for example, I think it's a very good way to leverage things, because we can then we are able to invest in a different kind of scale, because we have a much bigger kind of a perspective around the whole artist brand and everything. So in our case it's a very big part of our doing.
I think in general terms, we as a major record company, we're like private equity or investors in entertainment, and we take a risk, we take a financial risk, and we put in the financial investment and the time and expertise that we have in order to try to build the big success stories. And then obviously when we succeed in that, then we try to maximize the income from the different revenue streams, be it then having a share on live or publishing or brand partnerships or whatnot.
I don't have to say anything. These guys are handling the whole thing. But basically, for us, if I'm being totally honest, when it comes to Finland, we have been focusing on building our roster again. We had a situation a couple of years back where our roster wasn't as healthy as it should be. So we have been focusing on the core business for quite some time now. And now we are on the rise, sort of on that respect. But what comes to the Baltics, I think it's going to be more important here to focus on other areas as well, because the business model here is a bit different still, because the market is not as developed as it is, for example, in Finland yet. But it's going there. You know, it's going the right direction. Streaming is on the rise, which is a really, really good thing. But at the same time, if you're an artist and if you have to sort of make income other ways as well. And that also applies to the record labels here. So here you have to have a different kind of strategy, in my opinion.
How do you measure a success of a project in the first place, or how long are these artist strategies? You know, do you if you reach a certain goal in terms of streams, radio airplay, or in the end it's just kind of P&L chart and the number has to be kind of blue? So what's the logic there?
Are you giving me space now? I knew it. Well, I'm just going to say that it really depends on who you ask within the company. If you ask from finance, they're going to look at the P&L, obviously. If you ask from global, they might look at the market share, the total market share, or something else. But then if you ask an A&R who works with an artist, they might see that as okay, we got that gig that we wanted, we wanted that live show, we wanted that TV performance. So it really depends on who you ask. And obviously I can't open how we actually measure, and neither can these guys, I think.
Yeah, maybe you can say that it used to be different. It was in a way different to measure in the CD times. You know, you sold 10,000 CDs, and then there was a mid-price campaign, and you sold a couple of thousand more, and then it was easy to calculate the revenue based on that, and then you have like a profit. But on the digital side and on the streaming, I mean, what's the time span? I mean, where are you going to say that? Okay, is it 1 month streams? Is it 1 year? Is it 10 years? 20 years? I guess we all have our own ways of measuring success, and probably not something that we will be sharing and discussing with each other here on this panel. Or maybe, Mikko.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
You can, though.
Well, to answer the question in that sense, I think it's varies so much also by project. With some projects, it's more like an instant, like a hit-driven, phenomenal projects. Some projects are more like building whole thing years ahead. And I think the key thing is in the end that it's inspiring, first of all, for everyone, not like for both artists and the label, but secondly, it's going in a way to the right direction and kind of building up, which with every release you do in a way that it's going in a way a direction, no matter if it's 2 years or 3 years or 5 years from now. It often takes many albums. We have seen like artist projects where we have released like 5 albums before the big breakthrough, and I think it's in the end all about the belief and that you have a vision you share.
Can I just add to what Petri said about catalog? Obviously, what's really important to understand when it comes to major labels is that catalog is the sort of like the beef for us. So when we sort of determine a project, it is better to have a project which carries the business for years to come and not just an instant hit and then that goes down and nobody listens to it in a half a year's time, basically. So for us, the catalog, obviously globally is the key.
So, I mean, when signing a new project, then even today, major labels are really looking into the future, considering that it might take, as you said, 5 albums, to break. So it's even today, you have that direction as major labels.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, we are, all of us are like investors in entertainment, and we can take, as big companies, we can take a bigger financial risk, and we can give a project maybe a little bit more time to develop before I mean, eventually we will, I guess, all of us at some point pull the plug if it's not working. But as long as there is some kind of a belief, and as Mikko said, we can see it's going in the right direction. Maybe not single by single, maybe you fail with a couple of singles, but as long as there is belief within our local team, the local A&Rs, and we have a plan that we believe in, then we'll just keep on going.
And I think that the best thing, obviously, it is, we're trying to build the roster, the artist roster. So you have those artists that you really invest in for a long period of time, but then it's good to have those instant hits also on top of it, so you can sort of like have a good mix of artists that will make the roster for us.
A lot of artists think that when they sign to a major label, then it kind of equals global stardom, of course. But in terms of that, how does an artist move up the ladder in a way in the major label system? How is the global A&R set up?
I would say nowadays it's even more crucial than before that the global A&R and international A&R, and especially like a regional A&R, is working together very tightly. In the old days, I think there was more like a repertoire regions like US, UK, Germany, Sweden, maybe driven thing in the international and international music. But nowadays, I think the hit can come from anywhere, basically. And in this new environment, in a way, music really travels. So it doesn't matter if it's from Poland or is it from New Zealand or whatever. It can be a global hit instantly if it happens. So I think we will see in the future much more this kind of a cross-border and cross-regional collaborations with artists, and that's kind of a key where we are at least hitting at.
Yes, I kind of agree with this, but also I don't want to disappoint anyone. But it's a very crowded market, the international marketplace. There's more and more music being produced all the time, uploaded on the music services on a daily basis. So it's kind of like a needle in a haystack breaking through. And there's maybe a common also misunderstanding or conception about major labels when they're entering a market, that they will, now we come to Estonia and then we sign an artist and that's going to be the next Ariana Grande, which, I'm not saying that it's not going to happen. It could happen for sure, but it's a long and time-consuming and usually an expensive way as well. There might be, success stories that just pop out suddenly and become global success stories, but it's not that common.
Yeah, I think a common misconception with artists is, like you said, it is that they think that when they sign, that is the end of the road. Basically, that okay, now they're gonna pull the weight, they're gonna do it for me. I'm gonna be a big star. But what artists, they need to realize that no matter where you're from, basically you have to lift the weights. You have to do the work yourself. And you gotta work that much harder when you have basically entered the major label scene. Because you're gonna be pitted against the Travis Scotts and the AC/DC. So no matter what the genre is, there's gonna be the local Radiohead or a media journalist who's gonna look at the Travis Scott and you as a local rapper rapping in English, and you're gonna be on the same line basically. So you have to work that much harder. But there are cases obviously that travel across, like Petri said, from Lithuania. Obviously Denoro is one of the cases with billion streams or something. That's already good enough, but still you still have to lift the weights afterwards. One hit is not going to make you a superstar. You have to keep on working all the time. So it's a really, really tough business for sure.
And most of the stuff that if we're looking at Estonia, I think all of the artists that signed to Universal here right now, we're producing music in Estonian language, and the main focus obviously is then the Estonian market. I mean, again, there's a possibility that an Estonian hit in Estonian language would become global. I mean, we've seen things like that with your Italian rock band, for example. It's possible, but still.
You can say the name though.
I left it for you.
There's going to be Måneskin, obviously. I'm really, really sad because they're going to have a gig here in Estonia, but then I'm going to have a gig in Finland, which is, I don't know how that is, but it's nice.
And that's kind of a tricky question, but is international success expected from local offices in the first place? For example, is the global company expecting international artists from, let's say, Sony Music Finland or Warner or Universal, or your main focus is to be really successful in your home territories?
That's a very interesting question. I think the answer is that to be successful in your home territories, but of course, I mean, we all want to challenge ourselves, and of course, it's kind of a something we all want to do is to break artists also internationally, and but like Kaisu said, it's a different kind of game. You are in the comparison with the all of the international superstars immediately, and it goes usually through the home markets anyway. So you need to be successful in the home markets. It's rarely happening that you will kind of break through somewhere else and then be successful in the home territory. So you need to focus country by country, region by region, and sometimes a good thing happens, and kind of these kind of things like Måneskin or there are kind of other good examples as well will happen, but you just need to work. You just need to concentrate on your music and what you do, and we are doing our best with it.
Yeah, focus is for sure on the local company and local operations, and being as successful as possible with our international repertoire here, and also with the local stuff. But then, I mean, if we find something that we believe in, if let's say we find a massive hit here in Estonia that people here locally and regionally start believing in, then I think we are the best home for that. Obviously, we have we have the global network, and we have the know-how, and we have the muscles to push it out there. So it is definitely possible.
Good example in our case, for example, was the Roop, the Lithuanian band we signed. And was the first release we did in this region, and it has now reached more than 20 million streams globally, and it's of course also like Måneskin, it's a Eurovision thing as well. But I mean, when somebody kind of some artist kind of hit the spot internationally, it's easy to kind of put more gas on the fire in that stage, and in that game, international and global major companies are good because they can kind of start to leverage things when something is moving the needle and start to roll that forward like very rapidly. So that's kind of an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm going to echo the guys here. Definitely, it's the home market that we have to grow. But at the same time, if you're not going to find your audience anywhere, it can be your home market or it can be any other market. You could be an Estonian artist and your audience is in Brazil or somewhere else. Then that happens what Mikko just described. Basically, we can fan the fire and just, start spreading it. So basically, it is the home market first. And then we have the means to basically take it global if it has the interest and the audience basically that's interested in the music, like in, for example, Måneskin's case.
So is it kind of data business in a way, meaning that if you want to take an artist to an international level, then in order to convince, the other offices or the global A&R, there needs to be some fuel, there needs to be some data supporting it, just based on, hey, we believe in this artist, it's really good, believe us. That kind of doesn't drive it anymore.
Is it my turn to start now?
Go ahead.
I was looking at you.
Yeah, everybody was.
I already forgot the question. Why we're just looking at each other.
Data. Yeah, then you don't want to do it.
Again, it's very case by case. Of course, if you have a success story from your home market, if you already reach the ceiling on your home market, then it can be quite interesting for us to look if there's possibilities to do something outside of the home market. But it's not always necessarily like that. There is not a certain roadmap or way to success or stardom. If there was that, then. And if I had that, I wouldn't be sitting here. I would be
making money.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's always a combination of all these aspects, and also usually luck. Luck plays a lot of, and the timing plays a big role.
Exactly. I'm gonna go Petri with that as well. But I think usually you need to have something. I mean, it's very hard to kind of either you need to have even though you haven't even released anything, you need to have such a great song or something that people are really relating in the offices, and that happens every now and then as well. But I think usually how it goes is that something happens somewhere, and usually you need to have some story to tell from your home territory or some other territory to get everyone on board and believe in that.
You are all now super active in not only in Estonia but in the Baltics. What has been the driving force behind it? I mean, has it been the digital development, some general policy issues? What has made major labels kind of interested in the Baltics in the first place now? Kaisu.
This is a little bit tricky. Well, I'm just going to be honest, and I already touched up on it. Our European heads haven't been interested in the Baltics at all. I've had to, and the team has had to sort of fight for the interest, to be honest, and that took us some time. The first move that we did here was actually to partner up, and that has proven to be a good strategy. I think that we were the first to sort of partner up in the region with a certain Made in Baltics, led by Toomas Olium, who you might know. That was back in 2018, and that was a good strategy move back then, because they already, well, obviously a very strong roster, legends, good artists, and then new talent also developing. And then our European heads sort of thought that, okay, that now we've done something in the Baltics. But like Mikko or Petri just said, it's 3 countries and not just one. So basically we had a strong partnership, but we wanted to do a little bit more still and get some more crew for Thomas also to do his work basically here. So now we have then fought to be more active, and now we've opened an office here in Tallinn, in Telliskivi, and we've got new basically talent here to work with artists, and so we have a good local crew here in Estonia now. And that took us time to find the right key people, basically, to do that. And we didn't want to start signing more acts before we had more help. Because when it comes to what it was before, there were some examples where a major label would sign someone and then nothing would happen. So we didn't want to basically repeat that. That there would be some chatter that, okay, no, Sony Music is not going to pull their weight, and, you know, I get nothing out of being signed with a major label. And I'm being totally honest here. That was the case a couple of years back. Not just with Sony, it was the other labels as well. but then again, now we basically paved the ground internally, and now we're then going to start signing acts, which I can, you know, talk about later on, not now. And then obviously we have partners in Latvia who are here, Christina, Guna, every little thing. And then in Lithuania also Damn Good, who's right there with the neon shirt. So a team representing here today. So yeah, that's the story for now.
I have a shorter answer.
Sorry.
We just made a decision like 2 years from here that now it's time to go here, and we started. So that's was basically how it went, and I think to answer to your question, the main thing was that the market it's developing a lot, as you said, like digitally, very much like a lot of talent, a lot of professional managers, a lot of interesting artists that have also like international, in a way, potential, but also local artists singing local language. I think the time was just right. We were, as in Finland previously, we were concentrated on the international marketing previously. Then we decided that, hey, we will now enter into the local, and when we do some decision like that, then we will go full speed ahead with that, and that's what we did. Yeah.
I remember we did some research with major companies and our trade organization and Music Estonia and the local collecting societies were funding that as well. We did the first one in 2015 or 2016, and there was a question on piracy, and it was something like 50% of Estonians didn't know what was legal and what was illegal, and out of those who knew what was illegal, 50% of them thought it's fine. You know, it's okay to stream and download from illegal sites. So it's, you know, and the CD business declining. So it's not, you know, it wasn't really an ideal timing to set up something in Estonia at that time. I mean, this is not just an Estonia specific issue. It's been everywhere the same back in the days. But gradually, obviously, the willingness to pay for music, the penetration of the digital music services, and the whole like Estonian music industry ecosystem has been developing in recent years, and I think that has triggered then the investments from the major companies. And in addition, also to that, some changes in regulation, like legislation. Be it the EU copyright directive or also locally that the local societies have been working with this the private copying compensation, this so-called tyhjä kasettitasu in Estonia. I mean, these are all small pieces in the puzzle that makes because of that it makes more sense for us as a company to invest in Estonia. And then also I think, you know, the success stories. I mean, when you come with one success story, then you get an appetite for the next success story and the next. And it's been great to see Estonian music in recent years topping the digital charts. I remember like 5 years ago, people were saying that what is this Spotify? No, it's only international music, and Estonian music's never going to be trending on Spotify. That's not going to happen. And, you know, people in the industry were talking about, very negatively about digital services, that, we shouldn't be supportive to this. And we were confident that, one day it's going to happen. It's going to happen for sure. There's going to be, if the consumers go there, if the consumption habits of the consumers change, I mean, we need to be there with our repertoire. We also need to adapt. And we were maybe a few years or a few steps ahead of competition. We were one of the first ones to started to sign more aggressively local music, and we've seen great success stories like today on Spotify #1, Viis Miinust, a fantastic story that we started a couple of years ago, and there's a lot more to come. But again, it's great to see things now happening locally, and not only locally, but also cross-border, which was something that you didn't think, is it possible to do some cross-border stuff, between Estonia and Latvia? Now the languages are so different, or Finland and Estonia, and then we put together like the project with Mikael, Gabriel, and with Nublo, and got the first Estonian artist to be #1 in Finland on Spotify, and it's I mean, I think this is great, and this is also more fuel to the fire, as Mikko said, and there will be a bigger appetite, and I'm sure that we will be seeing even more of these success stories in the future.
What kind of artists are you after? What is interesting for a major label in 2021? Are you looking for artists who have definitely like Spotify potential, airplay potential? What are you after? What is and that's not necessarily what is Sony or Universal Warner after, but kind of major labels in general.
I'm afraid of taking some time from these guys. So go ahead.
I was hoping to hear the strategies of Sony and Warner, so that's why I was sitting quiet here. So Mikko, maybe you want to start.
No, I think there's not like a one receipt or one genre or one parameter to look at. I think it's in the end this is like music business. So in the end, the talent and the song counts really, and it's often that we might sign something that in the beginning we are even ourselves are thinking that, hey, this is not in a way a very much streaming driven thing. This is not also necessarily even radio driven thing, but somebody believes in this, and so there is something special in this, because usually when you are like following charts and what is kind of topping right now, you're late. You need to kind of be in a way aware what comes next, and that's the kind of a key and beauty of this whole business, to find those talents.
What skills does the artist need to have? Because I mean, you all speak about music and belief. How much of it is actually on kind of in the artist's hands, who also kind of needs to inspire all of you, saying that, put some investment or time in me. So what kind of skills, or what does the artist need to have nowadays to attract a major label's interest? Be social media savvy,
I think it's more about the artistic vision, that you have something that you're aspiring and a kind of direction in where you're heading. And then in addition to that, we can really help you. I mean, we can help an artist with I've said to some of the artists when we had signing discussions that you should see us as a buffet table. You can kind of pick and choose, what you need from us, and what you feel that, where can we support you in digital marketing? Can we support you with, we have some mixing and mastering engineers who can fine tune the music that you're doing. We can help you with the PR stuff. We can help you with this. We can help you with that. Some artists have, some artists are also almost ready-made packages, whereas then you have some artists who really don't have that much. Let's say, One example is like talent shows. You have an artist, like usually quite a young artist with no experience, maybe no vision, who just won a competition, and that's usually a pretty time-consuming and a difficult project for us in comparison to an artist that maybe already is established and has already made a couple of successful albums and has a clear vision in which direction to go.
I think these are good answers already. I'm just going to add to that basically it's all about the audiences as well, the artistic direction, but also does your music carry over to the audiences? Is your personality and you were speaking about social media savvy, can you sort of communicate to the audience in a way that it resonates? That's basically the sort of like the beef here that everybody's after, because then if it resonates with the small community, that community becomes larger and larger and larger, and then we can fan the fuels or the flames like we have spoken about before here. So I would say no matter the platform, you have to have the audience somewhere, and that can be small at first, but then there needs to be growth to the audience.
And being authentic and original,
sure, yeah,
definitely, because we can help you with we can help you improve your social media skills, and we have people who know everything about the social media services and how you could operate there and what you could improve. But it really needs to come from the artist, the authenticity, and that we can't put it on you, because the audience will notice if we start manufacturing an artist and telling the artist what the artist should be doing.
And basically something to set you aside from the rest of it. Basically, that's what it is. Tommy Cash is a really, really good example of that. Like, he really knows how to shock people and just to be unique in his own kind of way. Like, what is that about that artist that really, really is unique? Like, for example, the Måneskin example is a good one. So basically, that is something that you as an artist have to also think about.
Petri, you mentioned about label being kind of a buffet table, but leading, but actually it kind of leading up to the deals that you all make, but it kind of means that there isn't that kind of one particular deal that label offers to all the artists. So it's again. Nowadays, it's the possibility to kind of curate the services that the artist needs and create an agreement kind of based on that. So is that the case with all of you?
I assume so, at least, because as Petri said, it's different things that different artists are demanding and want from us as a labels. Some artists are more into the working together around the music and making the music and writing and A&R. Some artists are bringing like final master to us and tells when it will be released. So there is a huge variance, and of course deals are kind of mirroring that as well.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to go into the details on what kind of agreements we have.
You can, but I can't.
No, but maybe just worth noting on a very general level that the deal models in the industry have changed when the consumption patterns changed. I mean, we went from a product-driven industry to like accessing music online industry. So earlier we needed to put together an album in order to have a product that we could sell. So that was the business model was tied around the album deals. So you signed an artist for an album or two or three or whatnot. Today there's much more flexibility because you don't need to necessarily release an album. You can put out an EP, you can put out a single, you can so the deal models have definitely also changed with that.
So, but you don't get scared when an artist comes to you and says that, hey, I want to release an album, and then it's kind of, oh my God, it's.
No, obviously not. Like what Mikko and Petri were saying, it's mirrored to the investment level that we have to make. Obviously, the contract models as well. But then I forgot what I was supposed
I can say,
right.
while you're thinking of what you were supposed to say, I can just quickly come...
Because there was something that you said that... Yeah, go ahead.
No, but now I also lost it.
Maybe it was long nights for everyone yesterday.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't, actually.
Mikko, you said
Mikko, you can, because it was a long night for you, right?
Well, I think I already pretty much said that. So I think it's in the end how we approaching things is that we are kind of figuring out what is needed for each artist, and if our kind of paths can kind of come together. And in some cases there's actually there's not necessarily nothing we can do together. It might be that there are artists that we are kind of being negotiated, and then we are agreeing together that, hey, we don't have like anything to offer. Of course, that's rarely, because usually there's always something to offer. But I mean, there needs to be a in a way synergy always. It's not just about the deals. There needs to be some reason why we are working together. It can't be just like a deal-driven or money-driven thing. At least for us, it's not. There needs to be synergy somewhere.
Yeah, what I was supposed to say was about artist-friendly contracts compared to what it was before, because there has been a lot of discussion here in the Baltics that major labels, they're kind of trying to take away from the artists, and they're the bad guys sort of thing. So I'm sure that all of us have been sort of making the effort to make the deals more artist-friendly. You can't make similar deals anymore that you did 10 years ago. That time has passed, for sure. So that has been, at least for us, a focus, more artist-friendly deals.
Okay, and what I was supposed to say that I forgot was when you asked about are we afraid when artists come and ask and require an album? No, we're not. I mean, we usually have a good and constructive discussion with the artist. I mean, we do whatever makes sense. So if it makes sense to produce an album, then of course let's produce an album. If it doesn't make sense to produce an album, then let's not produce an album. It's simple as that. And usually the artists understand that. If it's good for your career, if it moves you forward, then let's put together the album. If not, maybe a couple of more singles and see what comes after that. So you don't need to set things in stone when you sign the artist. There's always room for flexibility there.
In Finland, major labels have been present for quite a long time. And in your opinion, what are the main kind of takeaways? What the major labels, what kind of value have they brought to the Finnish music industry in general?
I think a lot. Looking back only 10-15 years from here, it was absurd idea that Finnish local artist would sell 2 times Olympic Stadium, for example. It would have been just absurd to say 15 years ago, but it's not anymore. We have done that, and I mean the whole local scene and how big are the local artists, how much they are touring, how big concerts they are doing. You can go to see some of the local artists to the Hartwall Arena in Helsinki, and you really don't. The production, everything is on an international level. So that I think is something that major labels has been able to leverage over the years.
Yeah, and I think for looking at it from a perspective from Estonia, the added value that the major labels bring is the injection of finance, know-how, networks, skills, everything. And when you put that in a country, the local music market starts developing. It will create more success stories. It will create more jobs. There will be more concerts, events, festivals, and everything that is surrounding the whole ecosystem is developing. And at the end of the day, the winner is going to be the Estonian music fan, the consumer. It's great to see. I was visiting Eesti Hip Hop Festival in August together with my colleague Len here, and it was the two of us, and then there was like 5,000 teenagers, and it was.
You're also teenagers, right?
Yeah,
So.
almost. Yeah, it was amazing to see this. You know, we were in the like a half an hour from Tartu in the middle of the forest somewhere. I don't know where, and you know, seeing these local Estonian stars who a couple of years ago there wasn't much happening there, and now like after Nublu, now you have like there was plenty of artists performing, like headlining for thousands of people in Estonian language doing rap and hip hop and pop music, and I think this is just the beginning. I mean, we have very high ambitions and big plans for Estonia, and I really want to see the sold out Saku Suurhalls with local music happening in the next coming years.
Yeah, definitely. It's Mikko said about the know-how also. We can already now see when we have sort of worked together in some of the matters with EFU, for example, and we see the development of the Estonian music scene already in a couple of years. So what it can be in the next couple of years, I think we're gonna, obviously we are hiring also video producers, local producers, giving them opportunities abroad. So it's like networking here and also abroad, and bringing the other, the global market closer to the Estonian music scene. So it's not just the artists, it's also the other people, the producers and the music video producers and everybody, the whole ecosystem that will benefit from it.
And that's a very good point, because sometimes you just, as a consumer, you only see the artist. You have a collaboration between Finnish and Estonian artists, great. But usually there's a lot of work behind that, and we've been doing that for many years already. We've been having our Finnish artists coming over to Estonia for songwriting camps and vice versa. And then you mix it up with a Swedish producer and German producer and someone from Latvia and Lithuania, and try to create something new and something even better. And I'm a big fan of this, like mixing up things and trying to cook something together and see what comes out of it.
Fantastic. Anyways, is there anyone? Helen would like to ask a question.
Thank you. Thank you for this conversation. My question is that, do you guys see any particular gaps or barriers in the development in the market in the Baltics? Is there something you think we should all focus on together? Do you see anything which is missing? Something we should repair?
I don't know about repairing, but one of the things that we should all focus on is the development of the streaming services, because if we compare to the Finnish market, for example, a lot of artists actually make their living, out of the streams, and here it's just not possible yet. So it's growing very fast, but we can all sort of we can put our efforts into, talking to our artists and our communities about, putting the Spotify links there and all that. It's really, really easy to sort of get the community behind the streaming services, and that's going to help us all, basically.
That's a very good point. I so much agree with guys on that, and that is one thing we need to focus on. I think the second thing is, in a way, cooperation, because we are all small markets, Finland as well, doing these kind of, as we have done and seen, this kind of cross-border and cross-regional things together, that opens up a lot bigger opportunities and also possibilities for the artists, as they can probably tour across the region, they can do collabs across the region. It gives, like Petri said, like a whole different angle to things, to be for example, number one in Finnish charts, or especially in songwriting, as we are also like a big publishing house. I mean, having number one radio hit in Finland, it's also for Estonian writers and music makers. It's 10 times more money from copyright societies. So these kind of things kind of leverage the market here in Estonia as well.
Yeah, I don't see any major issues. If you would ask me 5 years ago, I would have had some major issues that would need to be solved. But what I always like to do is to encourage the local industry to cooperate more. And I know that there has been and there is cooperation in Estonia, but you can always cooperate even more. You know, and I think it's great that, for example, Music Estonia has had these roundtable discussions with the different players in the industry, and having these kinds of events where they can meet and brainstorm and discuss and raise issues that we then can support helping, because we also, as major companies, we have quite big muscles if it's needed for let's say lobbying politicians for any new legislation or whatever. I mean, we're here to help. We are here to stay, and we are here to invest, and our ambition that we share is to really grow the industry, because then at the end of the day, then everybody will win. Yeah, better statistics is always, I guess an issue. I mean, we've been doing some research.
How about the gold and platinum standards?
Yeah, that's also
still missing those as well.
Yeah,
yeah, and let's start with the charts.
Oh, charts would be nice as well.
Yeah.
I have a question about aesthetics. I'm a radio DJ, but also a scholar researching music, and I've spent a lot of time in all 4 countries that you've discussed today. I've lived in 3, and with that experience, I have to say, in Finland, it seems like, because there are these 3 giants that you represent, the whole scene is much more homogenous, and also much more directed towards the home market, as you've been saying. Whereas here, there's so much ambition and there's so much left field stuff going on. Our whole mainstream is so much left field compared to what you hear on Finnish radio, for example. And I'm a little bit worried. I like the fact that you want to make everyone rich and famous, but I'm a little bit worried.
Did we say that, actually?
It's in between the lines, I hope. But I'm a little bit worried that if you all really set up camp in all 3 Baltic countries, then that will just follow the scenario of what happened in Finland, which is, again, this homogenization, this curbing of ambition, this Hartwall Arena as the main goal, not about conquering the world anymore, not about exploring the weird anymore. It's about this having this safe path that, brings food to the table, and this well-oiled machine. Yeah, so that's my concern. Is this something that you're also considering, like how do you come in without destroying the ecosystem, or is that not an issue?
I think it's quite the opposite. We're not here to destroy the ecosystem. We're here to build it, and we're here to invest it. And when the ecosystem gets healthier, which is not the case, I mean, it hasn't been that healthy in Estonia. When there's going to be more investments in the market through the major companies, even though obviously when we were talking earlier about what our plans are and what we want to achieve, for sure. I mean, we want to achieve success stories and stars and superstars and commercial success stories. But when the industry is working properly, when the ecosystem is working properly, then there will be more room also for other genres and other players on the market. And that's what we want to make sure that also small local labels, do-it-yourself artists, indies also, get their share of the pie. When the pie is growing, then everybody has a better place here in Estonia.
I just wanted to comment, and this is well on my behalf, what we've seen from the chair of Tallinn Music Week is that I am a believer in healthy competition, but what we need is in Estonia is an increase of general level of professionalism. And if and that helps the indies and the left field and everything like that. It's not about the style and genre, it's about how do you operate. And you can increase the quality of your absolutely weirdly cool left field music as well, but you can be more efficient in doing things. It's not about like what you do, it's about how do you do it, and that's the level of we can all improve, I think. That's my approach to this story. But a good question. I think it's sticking in many people's minds. Thanks for asking.
It's a very good question. And just the answer to that, it also, of course, relates where you're hitting at is that if you are singing in Finnish language, it's kind of natural that your kind of highest goal is to conquer Olympic Stadium. It's a different thing when you are in the beginning and when you are kind of heading to the international markets. And in that sense, I think nowadays it's more democratic in that way, that it has ever been, because previously you were always kind of forced to roll out with the territorial like a physical license deals or whatever to get international. Nowadays your music is international on the day you release it. Then it's just a matter of how you find your path and how you approach that. But I think I don't see that threat either, that this would kind of homogenize to market at all. Vice versa, rather.
Yes. Thank you. This is a really interesting conversation. Lovely to hear you. Just because we are at Tallinn Music Week and there's a lot of great bands to go into concrete. Of course, this is only for me, none of your competitors, so nobody else will hear it. But, you know, tell us, all of you, like, what are the artists that you're here excited about and why?
No way.
It can be somebody that you've already signed. It could be that, you know, to make things possible for you.
I'm not going to say anything. Things are in the
then
works,
talk about an artist that you already work with.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, there is for all of us. I'm of course speaking only for myself, but I think there's so much talent in Estonia, so many good artists and like opportunities that it would be lovely to sign them all, but unfortunately it's not possible for any of us either. So I think for us at least the main thing is the signing decision. When we do a signing decision, that means that we are committing into the artists many years ahead in most of the cases. Yeah. Some like a concrete well, for example, Liis Lemsalu is a good example. She's very much like an established big artist with the radio #1s. It's a kind of a easy decision to do, to be, if we will find out the ways to work together and see some synergies. I mean, it's a great challenge for us together to make it to the next level even. In that case, so.
And then it's not always about the artist, like we talked. It's, you know, you can also be a producer. We can also start working with you know, people always think, who's going to be like the next big name in Estonia? Who's going to be are we going to export an artist from Estonia who's going to be globally successful? It could also be a producer that we export, that we sign, that we find, we believe in, and starts producing music to our other international artists.
So one more question.
Sorry, hi. I just wanted to ask the question about politics in music and whether or not there are kind of definitive political thresholds that the major labels don't cross. Because it was just because, you know, last night we went off to see a really interesting band from Iceland called Hattori, and they're very politically driven. You know, their whole thing is sort of this anti-capitalist stance or neoliberal stance. And it just, you know, when I listen to modern music now, I don't hear this level of rebellionism anymore. Like, for instance, we had in the 70s with bands like Sex Pistols, the punk movement. And I just wonder, is there something clamping down the content among major labels?
I go first, right?
Yeah.
You're both looking at me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as you said yourself, be it the Sex Pistols or be it the rock and roll back in the days, it's been rebellion, and you know that's what the industry has been about, and probably will be also in the future. It's a very difficult question. I don't think there are any strict guidelines on what we would sign and what we would not sign, and where do we draw the line exactly. We go back to what Kaisu said about the audiences. Is there an audience for that? Do we really believe? Do we believe that there is? But then it's always going to be a case-by-case decision, and we have very high respect for the artists' you know, creative freedom and freedom of speech. But of course, you know, there might be times where you know we might have to, I mean, we're not going to restrict an artist from expressing themselves, but we might have a discussion with the artist. Is this, you know, the direction where you want to go? And is this, are our plans aligned? Do you think that we can reach the audiences with this kind of content? But it's very difficult to say, give an exact answer to your question. It's very much case by case.
Yeah, and I think that it's linked to your question about the whole dampening down the culture as well through major labels. I think what we all should work on is to have stronger indie labels, because that's going to sort of, well, talking about punk, it would be, you know, like for the artist, it would be better to be signed with an indie, and then a major might cooperate with the indie label, for example. But just to have the artistic freedom would be better probably that way. But in terms of what I wanted to say to your question as well is that we are not here to sort of dampen the indie culture or trying to sort of make acquisitions too much that, you know, that the whole culture gets watered down. It's basically that the stronger the indie labels are, who can sort of have a closer relationship with the artist, and then we can sort of come in and help, is better for everyone, if that makes sense.
And if I can also go back to the previous question one more time. You know, I understand that it might look like it right now. The major record companies are coming to Estonia, and if you start, you know, our artists, they're the ones that we work with, they are big commercial success stories being played on radios and topping the Spotify charts. But I think as we get started here and we keep on investing, there will of course be more alternative stuff that we will be signing at some point. For example, if you look at our business in Finland, we have 10-15 times more artists than we right now have in Estonia. We bought several indie labels in Finland. So, and there is different forms of cooperation. So I don't think you shouldn't be too scared about the first signings that we've done in Estonia, and if that's going to be the only future of Estonian music.
Yeah, and if I can just go back to one of my answers today was that in a way you don't know what there is for sure next Sex Pistols coming up. We just don't know yet from which genre and from which company and what, but you're always late when you are following just what is on the charts at the moment, thinking about the end of the 80s. If you were there to sign those spandex heavy metal bands in the end of the 80s, you were late. But the guy who signed Nirvana changed the generation, and that's kind of a beauty of the whole thing. It will definitely come.
Thank you. I would like to thank the wonderful panelists. Thanks for listening. So a big round of applause to Kaisu, Mikko, and Petri. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for this very, very interesting panel. A small announcement. Now the conference is moving over to Techno Club Hall. And at 1 o'clock, which is now, there is the first shuttle bus taking from Nordic Hotel Forum to Hall. And the second bus will be at 1:15. So you can take the second bus as well. We're not going to start dancing in Hall immediately. There's a conference day up until 7. So join us. It's going to be pretty cool. Thank you. Thank you, guys. It was wonderful. Thanks.
especially in my environment, develops over the next course of years. But I also see more brightly how we change and how the industry changes into a more personal, more humble, more aware industry. We've been facing a lot of issues circling around mental health also. So is it really necessary to go on tour for 70 consecutive days with like 4 or 5 days off in between, or can we actually find something more suitable to really the mental health of people, and can we find more awareness for the needs of the artists, or is that just work, 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 work? And I can see a positive shift into that direction too in all of your work, also what you've been saying in this panel. So why don't we meet up at this place in 9 years' time and talk about how right and wrong we were, right? Let's look into the future more brightly. Thank you for your attention. I hope you're joining us over at Hall for the next part of the conference, and I hope you enjoy some of the shows tonight, like Oligarch. I can recommend it. Thanks for your attention. Thanks for coming. Thank you.
Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем?
to be able to spend the money that they're supposed to be spending to help their businesses.
Mm-hmm. So how long did it all take from the start?
Well,
around 1 year. I guess.
Different phases, different accomplishments. We had decided on one Thursday that we needed a new organization. By the next Thursday, we had a board, we had a structure, we had bylaws being worked, we had hired a lobbyist, we had funding. This was within 1 week. We announced it publicly, and a week later we had 450 members from literally every single state and DC, which is ridiculous, right? You know, when you talk about forming a community and you talk about, much like Russia and the neighboring countries, like trying to unify everybody on one cause, rural environments, urban environments, suburbs, for-profit businesses, non-profit businesses, you know, different genres, different sizes, different ownership structures, all of these things. It's just there's not really a precedent for that in our industry, aside from the work we've been doing at the Independent Venue Week, which admittedly was still growing in itself anyway. So to come out the gate in less than a week with 450 members and every single state and territory represented is just unheard of. We had, this was in very early April of 2020. It was pretty quickly. We had organized quicker than any other organization, any other new trade organization, and I think that is largely due to the fact that we had a head start, and the writing was on the wall. The existing trade organizations, like they had structure and they had systems, but there's also, for us being new and completely ignorant to what would be needed to be able to move this forward was somewhat of a superpower. So, we went and hired a lobbyist in DC and said, here's our problem. And we knew that we had to spend the early part just telling politicians why we exist, because we'd never had to go to politicians before. So these are businesses, the live venues, the independent venues are anchors in their community. And everybody knows them. So going to somebody and saying, hey, Bowery Ballroom will have to close forever if we can't help this, or First Avenue in Minneapolis is, 50-year anniversary coming up, which has since passed, if you can't help this. All of these different things that we were able to say, this is unprecedented and this is why we're asking for help. And we had to explain the business too. Like this is not a business sector that has been active in legislation in the past. So that educational component was really our main priority, and showing the economic value, not just the arts and culture value, really moved that conversation. There was a study that had recently been done that showed for every $1 spent at an independent venue, it generated $12 in local economic activity. And anyone can do the math, right? So small clubs, like you're talking pizza parlors, coffee shops, parking meters, those types of things. Big shows where you're spending $150 a ticket, multiply that times 12, you're talking about plane tickets, hotels, like bus tour rentals, all these things that come with it. A huge economic generator for cities and towns across the entire country. So where especially last year, politics were incredibly divided, we had support from both sides. It was a bipartisan support from the very beginning. And we had both a Republican, Senator John Cornyn from Texas, which has Austin, which is a huge, huge music city. And then we had Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, which has Minneapolis, which is also deep enshrouded in music history as well. And she's a very loudly spoken music fan. And they co-authored the bill. And then we had Senator Chuck Schumer from New York, which in itself, New York is so huge and it has Broadway and they were all part of this. But also at the time, Senator Schumer was the minority leader in the Senate. So he was the ranking Democrat in the Senate, though the Republicans had control. Now he's the Senate majority leader. And if you see him on TV, he's probably been wearing a Save Our Stages mask. He wore it to the inauguration. He wore it to the Tonys last week. He's he's been a huge champion of this. So we're really supportive of it. You know, our organization grew to represent, you know, to have over 3,000 independent venues, festivals, and promoters in a very short period of time. But I think the statistic that we're most proud of, well, first of all, the statistic that's the most horrible is that we did our research early on and found out that 90% of our membership, of the independent venues and promoters across the country, would permanently close if we couldn't secure funding of some kind within 6 months. And in the early days, we saw many venues shutting down for good, right? Because the margins are so slim to begin with. How are you expected to last a month without being able to pay bills? How are you expected to last a week? And this is following the fact that many of them had furloughed their employees rather quickly because there was no work to be done. So you can't have someone show up if there's no show. And the programs that the government had put out were largely payroll programs, but you can't, there's nothing to be done, there's nothing to be done. And once we had started this legislation fight and really put forward the organizational systems that we had, there was an almost instant drop-off in the number of venues that were closing and lost. And so the more we could have informed and the more members we could have come on board, the more we realized that people would be able to justify holding on. But they were making incredible sacrifices with the hope that the legislation would pass, because there were no guarantees. People were emptying savings accounts, retirement funds, pulling kids out of university, you know, selling whatever they could sell, second mortgages, you know, things that you know would never have needed to happen if the support were there for this sector from the beginning. And that need was identified so early. And I think, you know, from an American perspective, it was stunning to see how quickly we were able to put out the first CARES program, which was, you know, the government programs that rolled out within weeks to help businesses and individuals, and we were expecting the second CARES program to be a few weeks later. We thought this was like a 2-month, 3-month effort. And because politics were what politics were, you know, we ended up having that piece of legislation pass December 27th, so almost a full year later. And then, you know, as bizarre as it sounds, this emergency legislation that we were fighting for from April and May of 2020 that was signed into law right around New Year's, literally just this last week, has finished distributing funds to the applicants that have applied in the first 30 days of the bill. So now we're, 10 months past the legislation actually be signed into law, and people are still getting decisions made on their emergency applications. It's pretty crazy, but you know, it's the place where we're at right now, and people have the money, and we're going to celebrate that.
Yeah, it looks like we move the same way and at the same time, because actually right at the moment in the next room we have a meeting. I mean, it's a big panel of Russian Association, and actually we discuss all the same topics, and I mean, those grants are just received only now, and actually what we have, it happens only in St. Petersburg, so it's the first case actually. And yeah, I mean, it's all really near. I mean, same problems, same topics, but the problem that we have here is more regions involved, and it's all, you know, separated, and it's really hard to unite all these people, and government people first of all. So yeah, but tell me, you said you have like 450 members in your association, right?
That was the first week. We're well past 3,000 at this point, yeah.
And now, how many?
Well, we're going, I mean, you know, we have actively engaged over 3,000 different festivals and promoters and venues that are part of NIVA. The trade association itself is going through a transitional growth where we are looking to the future You know, we've had to come together to be able to fight through this pandemic, and thankfully we were able to come out with this, you know, Save Our Stages Act, the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, as a $16 billion victory for the sector. But now that we are organized, there's so many opportunities for us to do so much more. So, you know, because of the gracious giving of several, you know, companies that really helped early on, and they were, you know, largely ticketing companies right out the gate. C-Tickets, E-Tix, Light, you know, like they donated money, significant money, to right out the gate. And you know, look, there is a commercial interest because the U.S. market is largely dominated by, you know, the same ticketing company that is owned by the same promoter. So the independent sector is you know, the only option for many companies to be able to do business with. But at the same time, like, their support wasn't just financial. I mean, we had every single business and venue and promoter, volunteers. I mean, we still are leaning on people as volunteers, and we're making that transition from having about, I would say, 250 to 300 active, like really active, as in we couldn't have done it without each and every one of you active volunteers, to, you know, now we have a staff of about 6 or 7 people, and we're still trying to be able to maintain the same productivity and grow and be as representative. And so it's you know, it's a transition for us, and I feel comfortable knowing that the support that we have is you know, really, it's really comforting. You know, people know that we were started under a stressful environment, and we're in a really good position to be able to hold our heads up and say, look at what we've been able to do, and stick with us, and look what we'll be able to do together. And we have this community. It's a nationwide network, and it's an incredibly invaluable opportunity for this sector to be able to do stuff that it had never been able to do before. We started a charitable organization instead of being called the National Independent Venue Association, which is the trade association. It's the National Independent Venue Foundation. And, you know, a charitable organization gives us opportunities to be able to do things that are more community-based. And, you know, we're building out programs through the charitable organization that will allow us to do things like workforce development and help people that are earlier in their careers, or maybe even trying to figure out what to do for their careers, get the skills and the connections to be able to work in this industry, and know that there's more than just the person singing on stage as a viable career. And, you know, we've doled out $3 million in donations through our emergency relief fund just to try to help people while they were waiting for funds from the government to come through. And, you know, we'd like to be able to continue with the emergency relief fund. So if people are dealing with, you know, a roof collapse or a fire or a tornado, we can help get those funds in place while they're dealing with insurance and whatnot.
Tell me, how do you interact with all your members? I mean, how do you connect with each other? Do you have some online meetings, or maybe did you have maybe some, you know, meeting, big gathering?
So the town hall, the weekly town halls that we had started as Independent Venue Week, they still continue. You know, now they're the NIVA town halls, and all of our members are welcome. And so we'll have, you know, sometimes several hundred people on these calls, where it's an opportunity for people to say, hey, look, I'm dealing with this stress point. The vaccine, proof of vaccine is a great example. And people being able to talk about what they're dealing with is very informative to help other people. And somebody getting on a call and saying, look, I'm the only one in my market that is checking for proof of vaccine, and these are the pressure points that we're dealing with. This is the response we're getting. And then having 2 other people say, hey, I'm doing the same thing, and here's what we're getting. And all of a sudden you see, like, you know, it helps those people that also want to be able to take similar measures and they need to be able to, they can learn from other people's actions. And that's the best part of any community, right? Is that I think that the independent sector, the most amazing thing about it is that you are in charge of your own domain. You can make the decisions you want to make, whether it is a for-profit business and you have like one or multiple people running that business, or it's a non-profit business and you have a board or an executive director making those decisions. But either which way, you can make a decision. You're not beholden to the same stockholders or like that the publicly traded companies, or the risks are more manageable. But the downside is that the resources are also lower too. And so being able to share the knowledge as a resource, and so everybody doesn't have to learn on their own or make the same mistakes, is really, really valuable. And we found, look, the federal legislation and the funding is by far the most important aspect of it. But the other benefit that has come from this that has been really remarkable to be able to see is the community and the relationships and promoters in Kansas, working with venues in New York, and having, like, it's just people from all parts of the world are able to now collaborate in ways that they weren't. And I think that, so our community, like, we're still having these online calls. We have a number of different committees that are formed for specific reasons. One of them to help with, like, the advocacy, the legislation stuff. One of them to help with, insurance reform, which we're fighting for. We're working on different programming, like panels and whatnot throughout the year, informative panels. And there's a lot of engagement with our members within that. And also there's a lot of just one-on-one contact. You had mentioned, Russia is very, has different regions so it's difficult to be able to communicate. Well, we have the same thing in the States. And, for us, I know a lot of the laws that get passed here, when they make news globally, somebody's like, well, how, that doesn't make any sense. But the reality is states are governed individually, and we have state rights here. So what happens in Texas, it can be completely separate than what any other state would want to have happen. And that law could potentially be legal in Texas and nowhere else. And we have the same thing in regards to noise ordinances and zoning laws and everything else. So one of the things that we're doing moving forward is we're breaking the country into chapters. And so each region is going to have its own local organization within NIVA. And that means that we'll have 13, 14, 15 different chapters around the country, and we'll be able to build those community relationships up locally too. So it won't just be nationally. And I think that community is really the most important aspect of what we're doing right now.
What I thought, why don't you maybe make some online meetings for people to see it in public? I mean, is it interesting for you or for other participants?
When you say make some alignments, what do you mean?
I mean, when you do some meetings with your members of NIVA, so why don't you maybe make some online meetings
We definitely will. We're going to have our first conference next summer, next July, and it'll be an in-person opportunity. We're dealing with. It's very interesting because we've all wanted to get together for so long, and it really hasn't been proven to be safe. We had the vaccine came out, and there was a big jump, a huge jump, and then Delta came out and everything moved backwards. And we're also dealing with a lot of people passing legislation that counters science, and we're seeing the results of that too. And so it's difficult to be able to we want to get together. How do you say, hey, we can get together, when you can't even open the businesses that you're trying to open. So, you know, the reality is we know it would take some time. We're planning on next summer. You know, the shows that have happened, everybody's been excited to see them happen. And, you know, different parts of the country are seeing different success rates with it. But with the Delta variant, it's been a step backwards, and that's really unfortunate. You know, for us, the relationships between the different promoters, the people that would rent a room, and the venues, the people that are the room, we think that there's more that can be done there, and helping grow that those business relationships is really important to us.
Yeah, that's interesting. I will be there for sure if you do some conference. I mean, maybe online somehow. And it would be actually really interesting to make some, you know, maybe split panels between some countries. Not, I mean, if you can make a discussion between different regions of the world, like, you know, we can invite some other countries as well. So why not?
I would love to do that. You know, I think we've learned a lot of the generosity as we built this new trade organization was from other countries saying, here's what we have done. And as NIVA continued to grow and we saw more and more success from our fight, we had other people domestically and internationally calling us, asking us for advice. And so it's all about the give and take, right? It's about being open to helping people and, you know, making yourself available and asking questions where it's appropriate to ask questions, and people will help.
Yeah. And about this Save the Stages campaign, so you had this hashtag, and I know this discussed this already before, but let's describe it again. So I remember many artists did some releases even within their, you know, social network and stuff. So they used the hashtag with their new singles, albums. How many artists were involved in all this?
Thousands. We had we were moving so quickly. You know, the first week we had launched that Save Our Stages hashtag. I remember the first venue that put it on the marquee, and I was like, wow, that's so great. Like, that's, you know, it means something. And then I remember the first artist that posted it, and I had it was a friend of mine, but they had no idea that I was working, you know, with this, and they had emailed our general email account and said, hey, my band is doing face masks, and we're donating the proceeds to NIVA. And, you know, I remember two things crossing my mind. A, that's crazy a band would do a customized face mask, which right now I think seems ridiculous to think, but at the time it was a new idea. And the other one was, that's so cool that you would do a fundraiser for us because we just started last week. And, you know, I think there's the support that we got from the artist community. We had, as part of our campaign to help educate the local the politicians and show the importance of what it is we're doing, we had submitted a letter that we had over 600 artists sign. And I mean, we're talking Lady Gaga, Jerry Seinfeld, like you know, huge artists sign, and Dolly Parton, etc. Like, these are megastars that came out of the woodwork and said, like, this is important to us. And so, you know, when you have that type of support from people, and it wasn't difficult to get. It was us sending emails out and saying, hey, this is what we're fighting for. Would you be able to support? And it was just right away, like, yes, across the board. And we had thousands of artists that had helped. We did a fundraiser for the NIVA Emergency Relief Fund with YouTube, and it was literally, I don't know if this comes across, literally linked from the Google search homepage was our fundraiser, which was I think the third time they'd ever done something like that, or the second time they'd ever done something like that. And you know, we raised several $1 million through that. We also had, you know, the Roots and the Foo Fighters and Miley Cyrus and all these other folks playing that were megastars, and they were showing that they were playing from empty, independent venues. So, like, you know, the Roots were playing from the Apollo in New York, which is a legendary room, and Foo Fighters were playing from the Troubadour in LA, which is a legendary room. And Miley Cyrus, you know, she performed at the Whiskey A Go Go, and one of her songs, she did a cover of the Cranberries' Zombie, and she ended up putting it on her album that came out only a few weeks later, and actually, you know, of course, tagging that it was part of the Save Our Stages festival. So, you know, when you see that type of support, when you see artists that are donating money themselves, that are putting T-shirts online in limited edition and just putting out there that it's for NIVA, you know, we had support of, we had over 2 million individuals send letters to Congress on our behalf. Like, it shows the desire for this industry to be able to continue. And, you know, it's not just a matter of being able to go see live concerts, right? Or comedy shows or theatrical productions or whatever the case might be, because those are never going to go anywhere. But the places that are rooted in the community, the places that have been there for decades, some of them, I got an email yesterday from someone who we're charging membership dues now. They paid their membership due. It was their first check that they wrote for it. And they said, you know, our venue, you know, was opened in 1916, and thanks in part to NIVA, we have now survived 2 global pandemics. It's crazy, right? You know, like these businesses had zero income for a year and a half, almost 2 years now we're going on, and we've been able to help with that. So I'm very proud of that accomplishment.
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge. But thank you for all your updates and new information. I really hope that we can do something together, I mean, within our conferences maybe next year. So we'll be glad to join it, of course. We have next panel soon, so have a good day. I know you have morning now, so.
Thank you, Vladimir. And by the way, since I'm talking and you know, you're letting me continue the sentence, I will say the work that you are doing locally is unmatched. You are such a champion for the Russian industry and the culture and the community that come from it. And I don't know what kind of credit you get from home, but you should get more.
Thank you again, but yeah, I really appreciate it. We have one question.
Yeah. Well, my name is Ilya. I'm a partnership manager at Amphion. We're building a huge venue in Moscow at the moment. It's called MTS Live Arena. And I was about to ask whether which partnerships do you think are crucial for venue operators and for venue owners within the government, or maybe some public companies or something like that? Thank you.
Well, you're going to know your market better than I would. And so what you just described, there are a number of different organizations that operate with all of those scenarios. Some of them are just personal money. Some of them are money that is you know, provided by the government, local government, or federal government. And some of them are partnerships with larger corporations for one reason or another. You know, it really depends on what it is that you're comfortable with and what you need. I would say that, you know, anywhere you're going to get money from, you're going to have an obligation of some kind.
Yeah.
And so you need to make sure that that obligation is something you're comfortable with.
Yeah, okay, okay. Thank you. And one more, just a brief one. Whether you have any cases of working with different countries, not only USA, but maybe some European countries, maybe some South America, and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, so my company, Marauder, we work with artists and managers and record labels and festivals from all over the world and help build out their North American presence. So I personally have a lot of experience working with artists and companies from all over the place, like literally almost every country. And I think when you're talking about the venues and the promoters, booking artists from around the world, especially on the independent side, is incredibly important, because the relationships that are grown when you are working with an artist from the early days, they stick with you. So if you play in a room on your first tour, you're likely to play with that same promoter on the second tour and the third tour. And so it's important for us to be able to work with the artists early in their career, and the independent sector takes more chances, and they're more open to taking chances, and they're more likely to put a show together that would help support. I think doing work like that, if that's what you're asking, is commonplace. If you're asking instead about collaborations on a venue level, on an international level, I think that there's a number of ways that it can be done. Communion in the UK brought over Communion Night to the US, and now Ben Lovett from Mumford & Sons, who was obviously big in leading the Communion charge, he owns several venues in the US. So there's ways that these relationships can be built.
Thank you. Thanks a lot again. So next we have Michael LoJudice. I guess you know him too. So you can stay and watch our panels online.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Vladimir. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. See you soon.
All right. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем?
Sorry, what last year? What?
Did you do a conference last year? I forgot.
We do around 5-7 cities a year or so, but main, biggest conferences are in Moscow and St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
But we do some different regions in Russia. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're on air already.
Oh,
So
okay.
let me introduce you Peter Schwinge.
Hello.
Hello. Hope all is well. And so today we have interesting presentation. So will you share it or you just describe it? Let's start with something.
So this is what we were talking about. The topic. I don't have a presentation because it's not the one that's in the name, because that was a different thing with Nile, because we had to change over. So
okay.
this is, yeah. So we were talking about the fact of there's how digital events, communities, and creator economy offer new opportunities for musicians. Because one of the things with Nile, who unfortunately last minute couldn't make it because he runs Future Music Forum, as you know.
Yeah.
And I run Music Industry City, and hence the city.
Nice background, yes.
Yeah. So we got a little mug here too. So.
All good.
Oh, cheers. So, one of the areas. So it is kind of along those lines of we were talking about the communities and how coming together, and especially for what you do. I mean, with Colisium and all the success that you've had, and how you move it into different cities, and along the topics with what other people are speaking about, is really interesting about with musicians, like this creator economy. You're going to hear this creator economy. You've probably heard it, but you're going to hear a lot more about the creator economy and the communities. So whether you have building your own fan base using different platforms such as a Discord. We hear so much with blockchain and NFTs, and that's all about the community and the creator economy, about that a musician can do so much on their own or with their local team. It's not necessarily about having to go to the label. I mean, it depends on your goal. It always depends on your goal, and what your resources available. But what we're seeing is community. That's what we're doing with Music Industry City, and that's why we're partnering up with Future Music Forum. And it's to also open up for other opportunities to work with other events and communities such as yours. And everyone, so these are the type of things. It's more about this open. You hear the term decentralized. Well, it's a vague term. It's decentralized means just everybody's doing, everybody can join in the community. But it is about being able to cross borders, so internationally. And there's so many opportunities, but what we're also seeing here is, the events, digital events, how right now you and I are speaking, but, digitally, but you're there in person and you have other people there in person. And these are the type of things that we've seen over the last year, and we're going to see this change. And that's that question is, with concerts, festivals, is it going to be this hybrid economy? And what we're seeing is that people using Twitch, musicians using Twitch or live streaming, being able to collect revenue. I know when I'm on Twitch, in the daytime here, because I'm over in New York, so the daytime here, when I'm on Twitch, there are a lot of Russian musicians on there. And this is, great. I mean, these are the type of opportunities that I can be exposed to new music, and I can be able to tip. I can be able to subscribe. So when you take something like these different platforms and you can incorporate them into what is happening and build those communities on these platforms, and there's so many different ways of all these different outlets. I know VK is still your biggest, Facebook, correct?
Right, yes. Yeah, but still many people do showcases on Twitch now, many Russians using this platform for showcases at GigMeet, for example, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But VK is still the biggest, okay.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing is these different platforms. So how do you really tap into that ecosystem of your fans is bringing your fans to that platform. And when you have so many platforms, it's great to be out there, but it's also very time consuming to try to be on every platform. So that community, that centralized community of whether you're still getting emails or phone numbers for SMS or a Discord server or whatever platform you're using, is to build that community and be able to then offer something. And you look at the opportunities there, and like even with streaming, you look at Spotify. Spotify went in 2 years ago to Russia, I believe.
Right.
Last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just had a presentation in next room.
Yeah. and it's fantastic. I mean, they teamed up with MTS, and to offer, it was more than half of the population 6 months free premium. And that's a great way. But you're talking about the country with 95 million smartphone owners. So it's what a great opportunity. And this is really helping Russia to become part of it is the fastest growing major market in the world. I mean, this is something that, it was not going years back. It was 15, 16, and it's this, you're going to be such a major factor in the top 10, the top 5. I mean, this is when you start opening these doors like this, and there's such great music coming out of there. I mean, Russian hip hop is awesome.
Really? Do you understand anything?
I don't understand it, but it's that's what's great about sometimes with with global music. I mean, there's plenty of music I listen to that I have no idea what the lyrics are, and I should probably translate them because I don't know what I'm singing along with. But it's about the music, and that's what's great. I mean, you have it's the beat, it's what you're feeling, and that's what's the beauty of music. And that's why somebody's like, hey, put on Scriptonite. Now, why is Scriptonite one of the top, Apple and everything like that? And that's leading a charge, and that's what's the beauty of it. And when you start getting Apple to recognize, and you get Spotify, and you get those larger companies in there. Now that's a whole different story. It's is Apple is how much they're paying musicians. But it's about that exposure at that moment, and the fact that it's really building what Russia has in this great music economy and everything. So again, this is kind of going along with building your community and being able to tapping into the outside with these live streamings, and then being able to say, we're putting on a concert. And if those venues are live streaming, for instance, how do you tap into that? How do you get your fans, whether ticketing? So you're talking about GigMeet. Now, what is that platform when it comes to are they doing stuff where it is a live event and then they're streaming, or is that just a streaming only platform? Are venues taking advantage of using these services to live stream the shows from the venue?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm agree. So, what's your question about it?
My question there is saying, what we're looking at is when the venues also offering live streaming directly, because that was a big thing that many venues here all of a sudden just tapped into this, and Live Nation was setting up venues completely set for live streaming.
Yeah, it was actually growing up since pandemic started, so many big artists had really good ticket sales for online streaming concerts. But yeah, I mean, it's as I see it, it's more promotional thing. So it's good for new artists to really showcase yourself again. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's great there, but there's so much with these, platforms that you can generate money. I mean, is Twitch, are people really aware, are tapped into Twitch, or is that a conversation piece that's going on there? Because here, it's about, get on Twitch and build. It takes time, but it's to build, and people can tip, and people can subscribe, and you can do so much with generating money from that and getting exposure, and then being able to get people to listen to you, go over to Spotify or Apple for the platform, and then you go out back live on touring or sell merch.
Yeah, and it's good that in Twitch, for example, now we have many, solo artists doing like, interactive stuff with fans, but not just the band playing, maybe just the solo artist. So like some bass player or guitar player doing his like weekly shows, that's the new thing for us.
Mm-hmm. And what is, where is the communities? Do you find the communities building up? I mean, is this something like Discord is a topic of conversation as well? Are people using that, or are people still using like VK and other platforms to build their communities there?
No, we actually don't use Discord as much, but Twitch is pretty huge in Russia, yeah. Mm-hmm. And actually, Instagram is the first place, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Instagram is, and that's another area is, Instagram is now offering, they have a merch store, and they've rolled it out into different countries. So there's so many opportunities. And again, being able to tap into where is your fan base, where is your community. So if they've created a community on Instagram, how can they tap in? And Instagram being much more of a video platform now, as Instagram has said, they are changing over from just photo sharing. They really want Reels going on, and Facebook has now introduced Reels. So they'll be tied in together. So that's an opportunity of, in that space of that community, and being able to then, how do you get people then to buy? And you have to have a certain number of followers. You have to be verified. It's like, at what level is it more than exposure? It's like looking at the monetization. That's the key, is saying we're looking to focus like, yes, we need fans, so we want exposure, we want to get our music out there, but that goal is to generate revenue. And it's by creating, it's that community of being able to tap in and say, hey, what can I do for my community? I'm going to give them, we're releasing something, let's stage something out saying, hey, I'm teasing something here, what do you think of this? Would you buy this track? Those are the type of questions that people are asking now, and that's what a lot of these, a lot of artists are doing with their communities, is giving them that inside look. And that's really generating people to say, okay, now we're going to be doing this. Hey, we're going to have merch. We're going to sell a mug. Do you like this design, or do you like another design? And once the fans become, and your community becomes engaged in what you're building, then now it's like when I say, okay, we decided this is the design for the mug, here you can buy it now. And therefore you're looking at your fans really being involved and having that opportunity. And when you can tap into your Instagram and your shops, things like that, but it's the story. It's not just about putting out that music. It's really about engaging with that community and what are they looking for.
Yeah, but
that's what a lot of these platforms.
What do you think about crowdfunding platforms? Like, because in Russia we still have really many bands and many fans involved in creating new albums, new books, new movies, and everything. So it works really well, at least in Russia. I don't know how it's in other countries now, but what do you say?
Well, crowdfunding is, you go back to way back in like Pledge Music, which is no longer around. Crowdfunding is good depending on what you can offer to your fans. I mean, there's Patreon, and that is something that has been successful. There's two schools of thoughts on this. Some say that crowdfunding is not a business model. This is something I say, it's not a business model. It's something to help you get going. And that's why Kickstarter, platforms like that, it's a great name. Kickstarting, you're kickstarting your career. So you're getting that startup. And it really relies on your fans and being that community. Those are the people that you need to rely on to help your career. Because for the most part, just people out there, if you put out a campaign and people aren't aware of you, they're not going to generally crowdfund you it is relying on your fans. So this all goes back to community. Being able to say, hey, I want to make 100 mugs with this new brand graphic and I'm going to give you a song. Will you help, support me to get there, and then you can have a copy of it. So it's kind of like paying up front. That's really what crowdfunding is. It's paying in advance. But then what happens is if, say, 100 people say, we'll give you money ahead of time to go manufacture, produce your song and that mug, now you can produce 200 mugs. And then those 100 mugs are already pre-sold. Now the rest of your audience, some of the people that might have not been into the crowdfunding, can go and buy that mug because you already produced it, or your song. So that's what is good about crowdfunding, is looking at it as saying, what do I need to get to the finished product, the finished song? And that's where crowdfunding helps. Crowdfunding to help to be a consistent business model is not the best way to go about it. It's to help you get there. It's to help you. It's like when you started, Colisium. Don't have a lot of money. I have some people that want to do this. We need help. We need to sell some tickets. And what we're saying is, will you buy tickets to this event that you've never been to? All right, but have faith in us that it's going to be good. And now look, your success. Look at your success and your growth. So really what it is when people buy a ticket 6 months before an event, that's kind of like what crowdfunding is in a sense. Because you're offering something, and with these platforms, you're offering something. You're saying, you give me money, and I will give you something in the near future. And that's really what it is. So it could be a business model for certain items. Like I want to make an NFT. Can you help me just get some cash so I can make this NFT and I will do something special for you. For everybody else that buys the NFT afterwards, I'm not doing something special for you. You already have something special. It's the NFT. But thank you to all the investors or the people that have helped me to create this song, to create this video. So you give them a little something as a thank you. So that's what crowdfunding is really good for, to give you that investment.
Yeah, in Russia we still have a little bit different situation. It's more a business model, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So, artists use it mostly for creating new stuff, and it's still a very strong fan base. So it's not really a kickstart. It's more like a label now. Well, yeah, it is. It is.
That's interesting, and it is something that you're looking at. The things that are happening with blockchain and being able to have your own distribution platform now. There are white labeled services where you don't have to go to a TuneCore, CD Baby, DistroKid. There are these white label platforms that you can have your own distribution. You can have your own set of artists. So you are actually acting as your own label, just utilizing this service and being the distributor. And that's another area where I look at crowdfunding as something to help you get to that point. But the business model, the real revenue, can also come on the back end. If as part of that business model, yes, incorporate it, like you said, incorporate it into the business model, but also be able to have that expansion. If you're relying on crowdfunding, it's always going out and saying, hey, will you help support, will you help support, will you help support? It's like, get to that point and utilize it and then make something bigger out of it, and that becomes your full business model. So then you rely on crowdfunding to help you, like, oh, I want to do something new, here we go. But it's the back end. It's the crowdfunding gets here, so part of the business model to help invest, get it going, and then take it to this level and use from the business, from what you've created, and then make more money at that point.
Yeah, for sure, and shows as well. So it helps to develop any new product, any new tours. So all together.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about Niall work again. I'm just not sure what about his presentation. Do you have anything to speak about it?
Are you talking about the what was it there? The catchphrase?
Yes, catchphrase.
Yeah, that's the one. I know Niall, because Niall couldn't make it. Niall was messaged somebody saying because it wasn't about like he was working with that company, and that he didn't have a presentation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I know about his work with Future Music Forum, and can you describe it, because it's on our program? I know you work with them a lot, so maybe some short description.
Yeah, so Future Music Forum, you know, in the lines of what is you do at Colisium, Future Music Forum is out of Barcelona. We're creating this big partnership with Music Industry City. So my company, being Music Industry City, is Music Industry City is a web community, and that's why I like talking about communities. It's a web community, it's a broadcast network, and it's the conference. And we do digital events, so similar to what's going on throughout the year, but what we're focused on is being able to have it as an international platform. So we look for like ambassadors from different countries, so to represent their countries, and we can be able to provide information, inspiration, and talk about innovation in the music industry. And what we're doing is, as a broadcast network, we aren't just doing a conference, we're doing news broadcasts. So we're in Clubhouse, we're live streaming video, we have shows. So if you know our YouTube channel, you'll see we do a news program, and we talk about international. So for instance, back in what was it, I think it was June, the festival that was canceled last minute there, it was what was it, Wild Mint. So like we cover what's going on in different territories. So it is this news program to help everybody try to keep on, just like, here's what's going on in the news in the world. We bring in commentators, we bring in people from different countries. So it is about that community, providing news, providing information, and everybody can chat a little bit in the back end. We're not a social network per se, but we have a social community. And we say to you, what is it that you want? And we can go then help and bring people on and broadcast it. So we do events. We're doing something October 14th, all this stuff. So it's all at Music Industry City, Future Music Forum. It's kind of like the Music Industry City, Future Music Forum. So that's like talking about the community, the broadcast network, and then going forward with the actual events. And you know, we'll be back live in September of next year. So you know, you're going to have to come to Barcelona.
Well, I'm always ready, you know. It's just a matter of, you know, tests and vaccines and visa stuff. So I've been to Barcelona like 5 years ago, last time. Yeah, it was amazing.
Oh, it's wonderful, yeah. And so I'll be there I'll be like going like a month out of the year. I'll be living over in Barcelona. So when I go there, I'm going to let you know and invite you, you know, have to come down.
Sure. I'm always ready.
Yeah, because we'd love to have like Russian representation. So you can bring down, it's like, all right, we're here, and here's what we're doing, you know, present it to what's going on like for the rest of Europe. So I think, you know, it would be great to have you.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, but tell me, how many members maybe, or I don't know, participants you have on your network? So how many people involved?
So we have, between our different networks and as things are combining, I mean, we're talking about thousands of people here, and it's just becoming the big launch coming up, and that's what we're talking about on October 14th. And you can find out more at Music Industry City. So it's musicindustrycity.com. And so we have thousands in there, and we're slowly now activating different things. We've been kind of like doing that, keep it slow, keep it low and slow. And it's like, once we make our announcement, things are going to really change. And then we get pickups every time we do something. It's like more people getting involved. We're on Clubhouse, we're doing the live stream. So everywhere in different places, and this is why I talk about that community, it's like, well, you have people on Instagram, you have people on a Discord server, you have people on Facebook, you have people on, you know, Twitch, whatever these social platforms is, but how do you bring them together into being able to communicate a direct message with them? Because as a musician, I know it's so challenging to try to, you know, record produce, mix, and then try to keep up with everything that's going on with social media. It's like, oh, Instagram this, TikTok that, where do I have to be? And so we're bringing everybody together. And so there's thousands of people in there, and we're putting out content, and we're bringing in, the guests are coming in, they're like, hey, I'd love to write an article talking about what's going on in our country. I'd like to do a show, a program, a podcast. So that's really what it's all about, is being able to say, let's all be together. And we can also represent where you're from and talk about that and be able to reach a worldwide audience, all in this kind of city. It's a virtual city in a sense. We even have a virtual city.
So, yeah, I'm always ready to take part, so I'd like to be involved in all this thing. If you have any plans, just let us know. We'll do some, presentations and discussions.
Yeah, definitely, because that's the whole thing. I would love to have you join, like when we do one of these broadcasts. When we say like, hey, we're going to be talking about something that's happening in Russia. Would you like to be on our broadcast that day? And I can show you something. What's really interesting, one of the things that we're doing, and I'll just pull this up. I can play this really quick.
Yeah, please.
Oh no! I'll try to figure it out. I don't know if I can do anything right now because I'm on my phone.
This is we have a virtual city.
Nice.
So we did an event with a band, a music video release party. So this is actually our virtual city, which is online on a website. So we played their video.
See me though?
Right. So you can just get inside and see some new videos inside.
Yeah, and we can also, what we do is, with that, oops, sorry, I'll turn that off. What we do is we have this virtual world, and you can just do it from a website. You don't need to go into a VR. This is XR. So it's our website. So when we launch on October 14th, you'll be able to go in there, and anybody can go in there at any time. So if you want to go in there, hang out with your friends as an avatar, and you want to share your screen, a video, things like that, it's really something interesting. So like I'll pull this up again. I'll show it with the people in there. But so the city, it's a little slow because I'm using up all the Wi-Fi for the video.
Okay.
All right, that's not going to work right now. Hold on, let me just cut this back. Okay. But you can go in there. Oh, here we go. So you have the city, and this is just from a website. So you can go around the city. You want to go in the subway car, but you can invite your friends and just come hang out. So I have a video in there. So if I want to do something, if you're in there, so this is part of being a resident of Music Industry City. If you want to go hang out, you want to say, hey, I want to go do something over here. I'm going to share my webcam. Oops, that's my webcam right now. So it's a. Okay. So here, I'll put you in there. How you doing? See, so you as a person, as a resident of Music Industry City, can go and just use that anytime you want. You can invite your friends in and hang out, and you want to play a video, you want to have a listening party, a viewing party, or things like that. We're going to have games. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of other things. And I think mine just froze. Hold on a second. Is that I think, hold on a second. My video feed just froze to you. Hold on, I'll fix that. There we go, okay. So yeah, I mean, that's some of the things we're doing, because we are in this virtual reality world, and this is something that is another opportunity for musicians to get involved in. Is all this, the Web 3.0 that you're hearing about. When we start looking at these opportunities for musicians, whether it's live, whether it's communities, and whether being able to have more control over their career and be able to get out around the world a lot easier, these are those type of opportunities what the community really brings you. And that's why you see a lot of these live platforms really kind of tapping in with other areas.
Yeah, I like it. It reminded me, the first chats I remember, it was the launch of Microsoft network. Like they had the first chats in the beginning of 90s or something. Really funny. Old school style.
Well, and things like Microsoft is doing something really interesting, as Microsoft owns AltSpace VR. So I don't know how many people there are using like headsets, but AltSpace VR is also something that you can use on your computer. There's a 2D version, and they've actually built out, now they have this thing called Mesh, which musicians and people can do. They can have these cameras around them, and they can place themselves as this holographic image in the middle of a stage. And this is not super expensive. This is something that artists can really tap into, is these VR worlds without spending a lot of money. Whether they're just an avatar and they're playing, it's like, come to our show, can hang out. It's like when you're not seeing somebody play a guitar just on the basic, but then there is this opportunity that these people are doing concerts, and there are these holograms inside the 3D world, and when people are going around, they're going around the person. And these are areas that are just going to be the future of another way to sell a ticket, being able to tap in, and it's not very expensive. And just understanding like AltSpace VR is a real simple form, but people like musicians, like DJs have been tapping into this for, especially, in 2020, they were just throwing parties that, you were avatars and you were dancing. You'd be in your home dancing with your headset on or in front of your computer, and those created those communities, and then they started selling tickets. So they were selling tickets to their VR event. And it didn't cost them anything to actually put on the VR event. Again, communities tapping into these different platforms.
Yeah, I need to try, because I never tried it. Just to visit some show.
It's a different world. That was like bad. It's like, but it is really a different world. And when people get in there and you start meeting these different people from around the world, it's, is it Ready Player One in a sense? I mean, it is you make different friends. But I've also made friends in VR that I now have friendships with in real life. We'll get on the phone and talk. We'll like, hey, I'm going to LA, or they're coming to New York. Let's meet up. And you're building these relationships in person. So I've bumped into people from Clubhouse, and that's these other communities where I was in Barcelona, and these people from Serbia and the UK and from Ireland were all in Barcelona at the same time. That's building the community. That's where you can build those communities. Same thing for musicians. You can build those communities online, and then when you bring that into the real world, that solidifies it. And that really is now a true connection. And the people that are willing to help you and work with you.
Yeah, it's good, because I make some online festivals to make more bigger audience in some other country somewhere, and then come to play in person. That's the new thing, I guess.
Yeah, and the other opportunities with this live streaming is that, say there is a band you like, if I'm an artist here in New York, and I say, hey, there's this great Russian musician, I would love to do a live stream, or I'd love to interview them. Well, you can go on Instagram, you can press a button, you can go on Twitch, you can press a button. It's really simple. Like people are using OBS, it's a free software. Once you learn that, I mean, there are plenty of YouTube videos on telling you how to do it. Everything you need to know is on YouTube. If you need to learn something, it's on YouTube. So, these are the type of things that really can tap in, is when bands used to do that years and years ago, say, hey, I would love to tour in the US, let me become friends with some bands in New York or LA, and if they're performing, maybe I could get an opening slot, they'll help me. But now, the fact that you can do this digitally by just pressing a button makes the barrier to entry so low and so easy to do. And more and more, I feel more and more should really be doing that, and that's how you build that community. And again, that's like what we do with Music Industry City. I can press a button and say, You know, hey, I'd love to have you on the show. Press this button, come on the show, let's talk about this. And then that's what we're doing in business. That's what musicians can do as well, is really be able to tap in to say, we can work together, we can do so much together to help each other grow. And make money. That's the goal. I mean, you want to make a living doing this, it's a business.
Sure. My question about the music side of it. So I'm interested in, you know, what's the demand on other countries? I mean, you said before that Russian hip hop, for example, is really interesting for you, or maybe some, you know, people, I mean, artists from Asian markets, or what's on demand now?
So I can't say exactly what the demand is. It's, you know, with, you know, we definitely, it's something that if there's an English thrown in there, then that makes things easier. Yeah. It's, of course, even to the extent that if it's, you know, a verse, and if there's, you know, to keep the, you know, if you're using the Russian language in the singing, yeah, and if you just throw some English in there, and then all of a sudden it becomes this huge song. That's what we were calling it Spanglish years ago, when you had, you know, Spanish, you know, artists singing that would normally sing in Spanish, then they would start putting English in, and then they would mix it up, and that became a thing. So people, really comes down to the music, the feeling, the vibe, but it's like hearing something spoken in its natural language is so much more powerful. You might not know exactly what they're saying, but you can sense it, and it flows naturally. And that's interesting to us. And that's interesting, I feel to any, you know, many people in the world, is, yes, if I can understand the lyrics. So if you're like, hey, the first chorus is in, you know, English, but then you sing it again in your native language, well, we already know what the chorus is, so therefore, that next time, you know, we're like, oh, we understand it. And that's, you know, that's kind of where it really comes down to being able to tap into that audience.
Like Gogol Bordello, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, there's always, you always find that there are people that are interested in it. And it comes down to, like, you know, is it good beat? Is it good song? Does it make you feel something? Because music is about feeling something. So, you know, going back to many, many years ago, at the 80s, there's a great example of Nena's 99 Luftballons, okay? So 99 Red Balloons. That became a hit in the US when she sung it in English. But the interesting thing was, once people heard the English, they're like, oh, I like this song. Then the German version of it actually became more popular. You heard the German version more recognized more times on the radio, it became more popular because we heard the English version, so we knew what she was singing about, and then hearing it in German just added more authenticity. So that actually became more popular, the German version in America, than the English version in America.
Yeah. Well, it's, you know, we can talk by hours about this all, but as always, you know, I need to prepare the next panel, and I hope we'll see you in person somewhere. Maybe are you going to maybe Tallinn Music Week next year or somewhere?
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. I'd love to. All right. Well, thank you for everything. Spasibo.
Thank you for joining us. So yeah, so you can find this stream on our YouTube channel, and we have 2 more guests after you, so you can stay online with us.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you for some new updates. Yeah, we'll be in touch.
All right, and I'll see you at Music Industry City.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
виртуальной вселенной. С чего начнем? пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем?
are sort of like in a kind of peaceful situation for now, because the emergency declaration of emergency by the nation by the government was lifted up just yesterday. So now we are like reopening, restarting, like like an economy and this social thing, little by little. for now, right?
Good, good. Glad to hear that you started to work again. Let me introduce you shortly. Onta Shira Kawaguchi, I guess one of the oldest promoter in Japan, right?
Yeah, kind of oldest.
Yeah, so for our audience, so you did Beatles show, right? As I remember.
Yeah, right. Actually, we have managing the business for about 30 years.
Right, cool.
Not the oldest, but yeah, actually one of the biggest promoter in Asia.
Yeah.
And have been promoting festivals and international artist touring.
Right, and SuperSonic Festival, one of the biggest. And this year you did new format. Just describe it how it was done.
Yeah,
and
right.
It just finished recently, right? Some days ago.
Yes, that's right. Actually, all right, it's a bit okay. I don't want to complicate the situation. Now, we have been promoting the festival, huge festival called SuperSonic.
Yeah.
SuperSonic.
Right. Yes, it's the oldest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oldest, yeah, but this is our major thing, and then because of this year, Japan had Olympic Games, Olympic and Paralympic Games. So we didn't have a space because Olympic Games use the same concert venue. So we delayed the festival 1 month, and then we promoted in September our festival, and then we named it SuperSonic. And then it's not SuperSonic, it's mini-size SuperSonic, mini-size SuperSonic. We called it SuperSonic. Yes, that is it.
Yeah, I have your presentation on our screen, so I will show it to people, and you can describe how the idea came to you and how it was done, how was the audience and all this. So let's start.
Right. Yeah. All right. So then, say, you start.
Yes.
Playing now. All right. Press. All right. This year we promoted this festival at the same venue, same festival venue. It's a baseball stadium, as usual, as our usual festival space. And then just a baseball stadium. We produced just one, promoted and produced just one stage.
Okay.
And then to avoid the infection, we mainly we promoted DJ and a sort of like a quite online act on stage, even on stage.
On our
Not
screen,
a band.
I see artist Aurora from Norway.
Yes. Aurora. And yeah, Aurora. Oh yeah, you see the picture now?
Yes,
oh.
yes.
All right. Yeah, she played the first international act. Most many they played several Japanese acts, but she was the first international artist who played on stage live.
And many DJs, right? So you had Steve Aoki and many other people, right?
Yes, that's right. And yeah, it's a. Do you see? Can you go back to our flyer, SuperSonic?
Flyer, I don't know.
Page 3.
We're looking at some artists, Steve Aoki, on our screen, but just describe how it was going.
Oh yeah. All right. So. All right. So, Aoki was on the second day. And yeah, Aurora and Zed they played on the first day. And Aoki played on the second day. And right, and finally on the second day, Aoki played with Zedo and Alan Walker. Alan Walker from Norway.
Okay.
And I guess you know, so Zed is Russian.
Right, right.
Yeah, he has a German passport, but he's Russian artist. Yeah, he was really, he was excellent. Right.
So, how many people were on the festival?
Yeah, just around about 10,000 people per day.
Great.
In total, 2 days, 20,000. Yeah, just audience. And we had the seating. We put this all for those audience. We arrange all the seating seats, chairs, to keep the social distance.
So it was
social distance.
Yeah. So it was the first actual big show, right?
Yeah, definitely. It is the very first one since last year. Very first one in Japan. For now, this is the only one festival Japan had promoted.
And so, tell me, so do you have any restrictions about how many people are really, I mean, how many people can be in the stadium now? So what was this?
All right, yeah.
Was there any limits?
Yeah. Initially, we planned 20,000 people per a day.
Okay.
Yeah, and then 20,000 people a day. But we had a serious discussion with local government, and then they asked us to slow down the capacity. So anyway, right, sorry.
Okay.
We had no choice. We had no choice except slowing down the capacity. And then, so far, we stopped selling the ticket around 10,000. So we still had another 10,000 rest. However, we stopped selling at 10,000. So just there has not been a regulation, by the government. However, there was like a bit strong pandemic it's a fifth pandemic in Japan. Just 2 months before the festival. So anyway, we had to slow down the capacity. Right, as far as 20,000 was the limit initially, but the time when we promoted the concert was just about 10,000 per day, in one day.
So what's your next plan, to make SuperSonic next year, or?
Yes, next year.
Next year, right.
Next year will be middle of August.
Do you have lineup already, or just in works?
Not yet. Just we have not yet announced that.
I mean,
but we will. Yeah. Just one thing is we announced people. See you at SuperSonic next summer. That is everything. However, this will be happening, and then because we now have support by local government and the central government. Ministry of Economy is now helping us to promote big shows, big business, because this is helping whole society, whole the economy of the society. So right, and we have we need to clear so many regulations. However, we are now supported, especially after this SuperSonic 2 weeks ago, has been quite successful. No infection. Right. So then it will be, it will be like a sort of like a quite typical design of after COVID. Typical design of festival after COVID, without infection. Yeah, we will be like a. Yeah, actually, we need to be like behave like a good student.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, we will try hard, and we will need to help whole the industry and whole Japanese people, because all people have been like a really depressed, and didn't have like any space to create their relaxation and recreation. You spending time with music and artists. So definitely we need to. Yeah, definitely we need to do it with international artists.
So now it's okay to bring international acts, right?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, we brought 7 artists, 7 artists this year, and we still need to clear the several regulations, many regulations, to bring the artists into Japan again. It's a discussion, and to get like a co-working with government control. Yeah, they are. Yeah, we are becoming friends in working in promoting music festival in Japan.
Great.
That is.
But tell me, just a separate question. I know you had many conferences in Japan. I mean, some, but are they still running? Music conferences.
Could you say it again, please?
You had a music conference in Japan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the question was, is it still running this year?
Oh yeah. I haven't heard anything yet. However, some is keep going on. Some even last year. Some say like called TIM, Tokyo International Music Market. That is online.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this most it's not actually it's not taking place here. In the actual venue. Most of those things are online.
Yeah, the same. But this one we have in Moscow, it's really big now, and it works again. I mean, in offline format.
Is are there many regulations in Russia and Moscow?
It was before, but now it's more open and not that bad. So it's all good, all good.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yes, we should be careful and careful about Actually, this is pandemic will be coming again and slowing down, and it picks up again and slowing down. That will be that be what we are expecting. So then, need to be careful how to bring on the actual right conference or the concert or even any activity. However, we should not stop doing. We always, in my personal expectation, it will be I hope it will be kind of quite slow. It goes slower down in 1.5 years. That is what we hope, and then slowly picking up. We'll pick up, and also in the meantime, we help promoting the shows, international shows and Japanese shows, online in streaming. That will be the new type of business, new business effect, I think.
For sure.
Yeah.
But
and then, all right. So, see, there are some notes on my on my report. There is it's a 21, the page 21. There are I typed down what the regulation in to promote international act in Japan. This is what we are expected to do when we promote international act. And we are trying hard to promote in November. Definitely we're trying hard to do King Crimson. And again, and January, we may be able to promote AHA. We really hope.
That's nice.
Yes, this is.
Do you have some artists in mind for SuperSonic already, or is just, I don't know?
Yeah, for now, say it's not yet.
Okay.
It's not yet, right? However, maybe, this is just my, just my imagination. Last year, we were planning to promote 1975 from England, rock and roll band. They maybe wants to come to Japan next year. This year we were planning, but they had a very hard time to come over here. But anyway, next year or year after that, we really want them to come. But it's not decided yet.
But will you do it both cities again, Tokyo and Osaka?
Oh yeah. Basically, we want to do. Actually, even for this SuperSonic, we booked both venues, both in Tokyo and in Osaka. But looking at the infection, we canceled Osaka. And the next year, definitely, we really want to do both Tokyo and Osaka. Still now need to look at how the pandemic's going.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's a quite tough time.
Okay. But do you have any videos from SuperSonic already, or it's just in the works?
Yeah, it's just under work.
Okay.
Yeah, just now editing.
Okay.
To find. I said, we have official streaming in I think in 1 month and a half. Right. So it's in around November time.
Okay.
Definitely, I would like you to and like your people to share this streaming. Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah, very nice. And there also like one thing. So you see the picture of Aoki, Steve Aoki, and Zed, and Alan Walker, 3 DJs on stage. Yeah.
That was interesting, I guess.
Yeah, quite interesting. This is for the cover of Kaigo. Yeah, Kaigo. We were planning to promote Kaigo for the headliner of the second day, but he was unable to come to Japan.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we discussed with Steve and Zedo and Alan Walker. So, all right, why don't you get together on the final stage where Kaigo used to be expected, and then we do it. They definitely they agreed. We do it. It was really nice, fantastic show. I really hope to send the streaming of the footage as soon as possible.
Sure, we'll share it with our people. No problem.
Yes, please. Okay.
Just send me a link.
I'll let you know. Yeah, I'll send you. Yeah, definitely. It will be worldwide. It will be worldwide. I send you the link.
Do you know Steve Aoki played in Kazakhstan some years ago?
Oh yeah, all right. Yeah, good.
Like 3 years ago or something.
Oh yeah, he's Japanese. Yeah, he has Japanese roots, and now he's American.
Yeah.
But his parents both parents are from Japan.
Yeah.
And then he's very nice person at heart. And then he goes wild on stage, but he's really quiet person, quiet and wild person, very nice. So so Zed is he's crazily super. He is just he put everything under the control. So the real kind of like amazing thing was Zed, and Steve and Alan and with every other artist made a sort of message from on stage. Let's get excited. However, keep the distance and keep it clean. Without let's avoid the infection, and do it just with dropping. It was like a bit, for me, it was not such as, like it was a bit sad situation. However, everyone was, artists and audience and staff. Everyone's heart was at one part. Let's do it. Let's do it safely and enjoy it. And keep doing it again. Keep doing it. Was the message they generated on stage. It was fantastic.
Yeah, looks amazing. So I don't know. We'll be waiting for your next steps with SuperSonic.
Yes.
I hope really see you soon, maybe next year in person, because Yeah, you know, it's so online,
I
but
haven't seen you. I haven't seen you almost for 5 or 6 years.
yeah, right. 6 years it was last time in Almaty, but I hope to see you somewhere, maybe in Finland or somewhere else.
Right. Yeah. Right. So then, definitely, definitely, you and your guys, Colisium guys, and friends with Colisium, and the audience around who is helping Colisium.
Sure.
Yeah, keeps happy and keeps safe, and yeah, and let's survive and do it again and again. Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe then, before then, all right, before the day, we need to do something, some heavy stuff. However, definitely the day will come. We really believe.
Absolutely. So we will, I guess, prepare the next panel. Thank you again for joining us. Always welcome.
Oh, thank you so much. Right. Yeah. Sorry, say, what time is it now there?
We have around 7 p.m.
Around 7 p.m.
Yeah.
All right, so it's, I was expected 1 a.m. midnight, but it was 12 midnight.
No problem.
All right, just, sorry. But definitely, I want to send a really great thanks to you and your staff, and also Sergey and your people, right? You guys are really, you're really great.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And then, right, I really keep friendship with you. Definitely.
Keep going. So yeah, thanks again for coming. I will say hi to everybody and see you somewhere soon.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, you are okay. It's free for you guys to use our footage.
Okay.
Pictures
Sure.
also. Yeah.
Thank you again.
And then, and then say, I will let you know of the streaming.
All right.
How people enjoyed the festival this year. Yeah, it will be 1 month and a half or so.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
See you.
Thank you so much. Big love.
Arigato.
Cheers. Спасибо.
Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? Привет! Добро пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем? пожаловать в виртуальную вселенную. С чего начнем?
Hi, Jan. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, good. Nice to see you.
And you, brother. Hello from Tallinn.
So, right from Tallinn, Jan Smith. Nice. Yeah. Well, welcome. So, we had 2 panels in the morning from Tallinn. So, please describe how it's all going on from your side.
Well, I seem to remember getting back to the hotel. Well, welcome to a hotel room, by the way. I seem to remember getting back to the hotel room around 3:30 this morning. So it's going very well. What I can remember of it. No, it's going really good. It's interesting because obviously after all of COVID and 18 months of everyone not really doing anything, for me, the last month has been completely crazy. I did a music festival in the UK. For anybody watching now who don't know me, I'm based in the UK. Sorry, the TV's come on. Turn this off. Getting a lighting effect, dude. I'm dual-based UK and Vienna, and for many years. And so I went back to UK after being out for a long time. And I'm also, apart from being a music agent, musician, sound engineer, all sorts of things, you know, and also an activist. I went back to the UK for the first time in 18 months. I went to a stage manage End of the Road festival, in UK, which I've been doing for 10 years. 15,000 people, no masks, nothing, which was weird. Then came back and did Waves in Vienna, Waves conference. Then last minute invitation to a crazy Czech Music Managers Federation thing in Brno, which seemed to be mostly drinking Czech beer and talking to lots of people. And then here, to come back to Tallinn, I was invited very last minute as I was coming back from UK, and it's really great to see everyone again. And it's interesting because like we're doing this today, there's now much more of a hybrid world we're in, which I think that's cool. I mean, you and I can do this today, which is really nice, from 2 different conferences in 2 different places. Yeah. And we can connect in a great way. The talks have been really good. There was a very funny talk by the ex-president of Estonia, the rock and roll guy. Billy Bragg came online, an old friend of mine. He's appearing digitally. And the showcases, as always in Tallinn, are very varied and very, very crazy. If anybody knows me and goes on my Facebook profile, they'll see this one man, accordion and stompbox trance thing from last night. So it's all woo woo. So, you know, it's Tallinn, man. So Tallinn Music Week is great. Thank you very much indeed.
How many people there?
That's difficult to say. I'd say in the opening there was a lot. I'd say about 700 or 800, but in delegate terms, maybe 300, 400, 500. I'm not including artists within that. In terms of music business delegates, probably about 300 or 400. Although today it was smaller because people have probably got hangovers today. And then I'll probably see a lot of people tonight. So no, around that. And it's been good for me as well, just to say what I do. Maybe people don't know. I'm a music agent running 2 agencies, as you know, with everyone from Phil Rudd from AC/DC to Francesca Cagnon from Cirque du Soleil and everything in between. Also crazy Russian bands as well, and bands from all over the place, Estonia, Ukraine, UK. And so I've been here this time because, as you guys know, I started to use, I'm going to use the B word, sorry guys, I started a free post-Brexit touring website for EU creatives and UK creatives, and now expanded out to other nationals, so Russians as well and Americans. And the idea was to give free, totally free apolitical advice on carnets, work permits, visas, tax, since Brexit has stirred all this, I hope you don't mind me swearing, but stirred this shit to where we're all sitting at the moment. And that's moved the dialogue on for maybe Russian nationals as well, because I'm a UK registered visa sponsor. So we've been trying to move this out to try and bring borders down rather than support people not being able to tour and travel anymore. So I've done a lot of work on that here, which is great. I've got my new agency. You don't know about this yet, man. Do you want to see the new card? Say yes. Are we still online?
Yeah, it's okay.
There you go.
Cool. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I actually managed to get the URL. I was really shocked. But obviously we're still doing fission. And the other thing we're doing, which is part of what I was talking about, the campaign side of what I'm doing, there's a really well-known guy who's a technician, a video guy, video walls and director live, called Tim Brennan. He's been on Lady Gaga, Chemical Brothers, Madonna, everyone you can think of. And he was the one who started a petition to try and get people to talk again in Parliament in the UK. And so we now do this, and this is for you guys as well. We're trying to open up borders, and it's called Carry On Touring.
Cool.
And next time I see you, you'll get one of these. They're very rare, and maybe I can give somebody, some of you viewers, and it has this very special device on it as well.
What's that? Okay. Yeah, nice.
No, you know,
very
maybe
useful.
maybe you can use it to open some Coke or something. You know, anyway, Coca-Cola. I mean, just make that clear. So no, it's been cool, and it's really nice to begin to see things opening up again. Both from an audience perspective and obviously from our lives in the music business. And people really seem very, very happy to actually physically be in the same space with other people. So pretty cool. And it's, even though it's very nice to see you digitally, man, it'd be nicer if you were here and you know, one day, no doubt.
I'll be there next year for sure. Yeah.
Cool. Excellent.
Yeah. So, can you please move to your association thing? So, just describe it a little bit.
Which one? Okay, you're right. Okay, I'll say this. I do 3 or 4 different things. As you know, the cards I just showed you, they're my agent. The other 2 things I do, the UK eartswork.info website, that really gives a lot of really in-depth information about being able to continue to tour, both in terms of work permits, visas, carnets, trying to also get people to talk to each other. And that doesn't just mean within the EU, because I'm talking about Russia as well, I'm talking about other territories that are not there. So it's about beginning to talk to each other to try and bring down these visa barriers and also other barriers for touring, because we all collaborate with each other, and it doesn't help, does it? Really, it's not really cool. So what I'm trying to do is to create new networks of people who are interested, and I've not found anyone who isn't within the touring community, within the creative arts industries. I'm not just music, I'm talking about actors, I'm talking about dancers, I'm talking about filmmakers. We're trying to get people to talk to each other and find out how we can pressurize our own politicians. Let's face it, they're never going to change unless they think there's pressure from below or to the sides. And so that's what I'm trying to do. It's totally self-funded, it's apolitical, as far as anything is apolitical. So that's what I did, and I've always been involved in music rights and arts rights for many, many years. For 8 years, I was one of the national chairs of the Musicians' Union in the UK as a pro bono post. I didn't get paid for it. So that's what I'm trying to do, brother. And if anybody wants to reach out to me anywhere across Russia, or whoever's from wherever delegates are with Colisium now, I am wide open to talk to people, both send me your bands as well. I even listen to bands still and book shows. For sure, yeah. No, I'm totally serious. I mean, my range of artists that are as you know, by the way, he knows I'm always this hyper. Sorry, can't help it. Except when I'm asleep. I don't think I'm hyper then. But no, genuinely, if I've got ways of bringing music and arts to other places that have never experienced a sort of music or something that's really crazy and interesting from another place, wide open to listen. So if you want to put my contact details anywhere, then I'm more than happy to stay in touch with people. I'll say the other thing, just the thing that this is yours, man. I promise. All right. Yours, okay? I shall save that for you, or send me your address later. I don't know if it'll get through customs, but we'll try. The Carry On Touring campaign is totally separate to everything else that I do. Because I set the free website up, and I've gone into very weird areas of politics that I never thought I would, talking to politicians from the left, from the right, here, there, everywhere. Tim, who started the petition, contacted me about a year ago, and started the campaign. So it's carryontouring.org, I think, I can't remember, but if you put Carry On Touring in, you'll see it. We've got supporters from across the whole of the arts industry, some very big names as well, in the music industry as well. It's gone beyond people like Elton John and McCartney, etc. And we really want to try and get this so that it's a pan-national movement eventually, where we really try hard to try and minimize the hassle of being able to go across borders. You guys know in Russia how interesting it is to sometimes get a visa to the UK. I'm being very diplomatic. Interesting is a great word, I think. And so if we can do anything to begin to eliminate those borders and make it easier, that's what we're doing. I'll just check 1 second. I ought to really check what the website address is for that. And it is, as I say, it's in a sense, it's very apolitical. It's not really about politics. It's about movement of people and creativity and joining people together. 1 second.
Okay.
I just want to do this because I'm trying not to cut you off in the meantime. How's it going at the conference anyway?
Well, the first day is we're actually finishing in half an hour, and going to
I'll be quick then.
after party. So we have 5 floors this year in Moscow. Many people. So yeah.
Cool.
Everybody's excited. And tomorrow the second day. So yeah, it's all good. And
okay. I've got it. Carry on touring. .uk. That's it. Carryontouring.uk.
Nice. Nice.
The other one is UKE Arts with an S work.info. That's totally free, massive. Well, it's not massive, but it's a fairly big site. Might be useful for musicians over there as well, because what it does on one of the pages, the working in the EU section, I researched all of the EU 27 and the requirements for third country nationals. So that's you guys as well. Mm-hmm. And on each of those, on that page, it gives you a link through and tells you exactly what your permit-free allowance is as non-visa nationals. You'll have to check it from country to country, but it might be useful for anyone watching today. Mm-hmm. So there's that as well. Oh, hang on, I've nearly lost you there, brother. There you go, back again. So that's what I'm doing, and I think I might go and have a drink tonight. You too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I know. I mean, I'm stupid. Of course I'm going for drinks.
Not that big.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to have been invited to do this as well. I mean, I can give a little indication of what's happening around Europe as well from COVID, etc., the recovery, if that's useful. UK is beginning to open up again for work. Austria as well, where I spend a lot of time. Czech Republic is sort of going like this. Nobody quite knows what's happening there at the moment. But the problem is at the moment with booking, the big shows are booking quite easily, but the smaller shows, the confidence is not just a problem with the promoters, it's also a problem with people buying tickets. So the confidence in the people going to small venues with a lot of people without masks and shit, then, sorry, trying to stop swearing in public forum. It's difficult, but I think genuinely by May of next year, spring next year, I think we're going to find a very different international touring situation, as long as there's no more COVID coming down the way. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but about 3 or 4 days ago, they've just announced a new COVID pill.
Pill?
Yeah, tablet.
Oh, right.
And apparently it cuts down the possibility of hospitalization, etc. So I know this is not a medical conference.
Send me one, please.
Yeah, I could do with some myself as well. No, they say that they've just researched it and it could be a game changer. Now, of course, if all that happens then for our business and our industries, that's a real good news. Yeah, so that's how I see it at the moment anyway.
That's nice. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Good.
Anything else you want to ask me?
Yeah, you noticed about this Brexit, new conditions after Brexit. So I guess you have a problem with touring in Europe now. So artists need to pay additional taxes, right?
No, the problem with UK artists coming into, I'll just say nothing has changed really for I'll do it both in our experience. Coming into the UK, you can come in on something called a certificate of sponsorship from someone like me. I'm a UK sponsor. It's not very well. I'm not expensive, but the visa companies, don't go there. We don't want to know that. Going into the EU for UK artists, the problem is that, and it's always been like this, for third country nationals, each one of the EU 27 have their own work permit rules. They've always been sovereign. I mean, people like Farage, etc., never mention this, of course. And on top of that, so you may have 14 days in Sweden in any 1 year, you don't need a permit, 90 days in Germany, 90 days in France, 7 days Czech Republic. On top of that, so you've got all that, and then on top of that, you are only allowed 90 days in 180 because of the Schengen rule. The problem is when you have a band, say with 5 people and maybe 2 crew, each one of them because it's for any reason, they could have used up some of their 90 days into Schengen, but it's all different. So you've got to work out. It's really a nightmare. So that the people can still tour, and relatively easily. I mean, we had big problems. We thought about the Brexit causing problems with splitter vans. You know, the van with gear in the back and then people. But we just found out this week that that's been taken away and we're okay. So we can still tour with splitter vans between UK and EU. So that's a big problem out of the way. The other pain in the ass problem are carnets. So carnets are back, ATA carnets, that you can go through borders if you're just carrying a guitar or a keyboard or breakables if you're a drummer, saxophone, violin, whatever. You can come through on an exemption called a portables exemption, so you don't need a carnet. But the problem is it's all the extra cost, all the extra expense, the potential for now not knowing which country you can do what in. I mean, it's going to be a nightmare of policing all this, of course, for each country, and it mostly won't be, but the problem is there is the risk now of those musicians, those actors, those dancers being stopped at the border. No, you can't do this. And it's the Schengen border, so it's not within, but it's that's the problem. And the problem isn't for the big artists. That won't make any difference. They'll cost them a little bit more. But for the smaller and medium range artists, it's a big problem. And the part of the deal, though, Vladimir, is that it's getting the knowledge out there and saying it is a problem, but you can still tour. And the other problem is producers and bookers, people who are booking the acts in both directions, need to know that it's not a big problem. For example, people are asking more for backline, etc., when they're doing gigs, so they don't have to carry it and use a carnet. They're having merchandise done in the EU or the UK, so they don't have to pay stupid amounts of import duty and VAT and tax. So there are ways around it, and let's face it, the creative industries are the most creative people on the planet for finding ways around problems, particularly tour managers and managers. You know what I mean. So we can still do this, but it's just a huge pain in the ass. It's a total self-inflicted wound for the UK, and it's affecting a lot of people who collaborate with musicians and creatives across everywhere. And it's just another sign of a problem in history that we're living through, all of us. Russia, Hungary, Poland, England, UK, whatever. And we just have to get through it, and we will. We've got to stay positive.
That's the main thing.
Totally.
Yeah, that's interesting. But what's your plans for tonight? What's next
my
for you?
plans for tonight? Well, you know Tallinn. You've been here before, yeah? And there are many, many venues. And so I have my Tallinn book.
Yeah, nice. So did you make your showcase program?
Downstairs, and then we'll grab a... No. What? It was so last minute. I was invited here, so I didn't know what I was doing, man. So no, I'm just enjoying discovering things that I've never seen before and never heard before. And there's a couple of friends playing as well, so I'll catch them later. Probably get back to the hotel maybe at a similar sort of time. But that's the plan for tonight, anyway.
Okay, say hi to everyone.
I will, for sure.
Absolutely. Really glad to have you here, and we actually have to finish soon, so going to see some DJs tonight as well.
Enjoy.
Yeah, was glad to see you, and next time in person for sure.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Either Moscow or here or somewhere else, or maybe in Waves in Vienna or
So I hope in Tallinn next time. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. And everyone out there, stay safe, stay positive, and let's keep it rocking, yeah?
Yeah, cool, man. Thanks for joining us again.
Pleasure. And in fact,
see you.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. See you online soon. Yeah.
Yeah. Take it care. Thanks a lot, man. And
Yeah.
everyone there.
We'll be
Have a
in
good
touch
time.
soon. Yes.
Ciao,
Cool.
ciao. Bye bye.
Bye.